Week 1 showed that anything can happen this season.
Can you believe it? Perplexity gonna take down Cloud9 on day 3. Unbelievable win.
I mean, this is probably the craziest LCS split just from the first week's results.
Dominate Smite was down for that, so it wasn't like he was, oh!
I'm actually really comfortable on Team Dignitas right now. They have really interesting personalities, I can say.
I definitely think in Super Week we underperformed.
Seraph is gonna have enough damage to come in here. He actually flashes, doesn't get it, but it does go over to double him. CLG coming out definitively here.
第一周的表现有很多幸运成分吗？
我觉得我们第一周的话，可能状态只能说还行，并不是特别好。我就
LMQ will go 4-0 on Super Week. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 2 of the North American League Championship Series. We're bringing you 8 more big matches as a part of our summer split action. Hello, I'm Rivington Bizen III, and teaming up with me to bring you every gank and smash Nexus for our first 2 games is Sam Kobiar McKenzie.
Should be a great weekend of games, and as the Super Week showed us, anything can happen.
That's why I'm excited. Let's run down the latest and greatest from the league. We start with the new Complexity's man in the mid lane. Prolly will be out this week.
Yeah, covering for him this week is going to be a familiar face for LCS fans, Mandatory Cloud, who started playing with Curse Academy after his former team, XTG, was relegated.
Yep, and let's turn our attention to the other new team that hit the LCS, LMQ, starting the day in first place.
And LMQ are looking like an incredibly strong team, with each member showing that they can step up and carry themselves. Their aggressive playstyle has dictated the pace of their games, and it paid off with a perfect 4-0 Super Week.
And we'll see if they can keep the streak going as they face tough competition this week with Dignitas and Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 got off to a rocky start. They made team history for all the wrong reasons. Before last week, they had never lost 2 games in a row, and Hai also gave solo lane Soraka her first loss in the North American LCS. However, they were able to end the week with a decisive win over CLG, but the team may not be out of the woods yet as they continue to adjust to getting their shot caller Hai back.
Right, it's going to be a tough one. And in the European League's second week of action, there were some huge plays that you were talking about on Twitter. So let's take a look at a few of your LCS big plays.
Our first comes from Millennium versus Fnatic. At iCurrent writes, Xpeke's spear onto Creatine at the Baron fight, which pretty much won the fight for Fnatic. Here's your number 3.
And that Dean's Unholy Grail exhaust is going to be used. The Wall of Pain goes down as well, and Xpeke's down to less than half HP. This could be the chance for Millennium. Kevin going to dive into the back. Peke going to go low. Soa's trying to tank up, but in the end, he's fallen incredibly low as well. They do finally get rid of the AD carry. Curve going to catch another spear. He's finished off by an auto attack out of Cyanide, but here comes Requiem. How many will he get? He gets just the 1.
That was clear over 2,000 damage and 2 spears, and the one on Creatine, Absolute Zero was the rest.
And let's remember, Nunu's the one getting the kills here. With his ulti and with the auto attack.
It was a good thread of the needle. So next up from the same game, the Sad Lantern for Peke. At Sebastian Behan writes, that auto attack. Calculated for sure. Here's your number 2.
Peke was trying to get back, but Lucian surely going to block off his path. There is Creatine!
Lantern! Just when you think he got away.
Got the double shot off just in time. Finally, though, we have Copenhagen Wolves with the comeback against Roccat. At MMoney31 writes, Unlimited with the epic Thresh move leads to a 4-for-0 in the jungle. Here's your number 1.
So means if you actually go for 1-1, you can chase Unlimited, though. He's in trouble.
He's caught out of position completely. The kick coming in. Actually, Wild Growth comes down. That's a lot of healing, but is it enough to keep him alive? The bomb only really catching Cowtown. Unlimited still being pressured.
Wow.
Celeber in the middle of the team is going to go down, and I'm not sure he's the last here. Vander pressured and finished off by Airwax, who flashes over the wall right in front of Overpower. And Yankos. Slow comes in. Cowtown joins around the corner. Airwax going low. The shield. The hook's coming out, and that is another one. Will they be able to finish off Overpower? They will.
Airwax going hard on that one as well.
Off-screen hook, too.
Yep.
That was the most surprising part.
All right, everyone, keep an eye out for more of those pulse-pounding moments, and then share them with us by tweeting at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. So let's take a look at your updated European LCS standings as they are now. Alliance is large and in charge at 5-1.
After that, it's SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew. They're followed by Fnatic and Millennium at 3 and 3.
Then it's the Spring Split darlings, Ro8 down at the bottom. As for the North American standings, LMQ enters Week 2 in first place.
In second, we've got Dignitas and TSM in hot pursuit. Then Cloud9 and Counter Logic Gaming are holding fourth at 2 and 2.
And in sixth, it's Complexity and Curse, each having one win to themselves. Then in last, it's Evil Geniuses trying to get in a little more in touch with the evil and a little more of the genius. Kicking off the action in North America this week, we've got the age-old rivalry, Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid.
Then Complexity face off against the Evil Geniuses, followed by a battle for first place between LMQ and Dignitas, and we'll conclude our LCS day with Cloud9 versus Curse.
That we will, and keep that browser where it's at for the North American Challenger Series, where we will be bringing you a best-of-3 quarterfinal series. It's XDG versus Nien and Frank Fang Gaming. Before the action gets underway, head over to lolesports.com as always and vote for who you think will be taking each of today's games. Simply click on schedule Week 2 and give a thumbs up to the teams you think will triumph.
And brush up on your LCS knowledge by checking out our player interviews, stats, and box scores, as well as VODs of all our games from their split. Study hard because there may be a quiz later.
That's right, there may be. If you're planning to be in the LA area, reserve your seat to our audience for one of our upcoming shows and get your picture taken with the pros. Click on the tickets link for all the details. But for now, we're going to hand things over to Freak and Jat, who are hanging out at the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Joshua Jat Leisman. We're the analyst desk.
Yes, we are. The analyst desk or the analysis desk. That is a long-standing debate. I like analyst desk.
I like analyst desk too. Yeah. D-Man, I don't care what you want to say about this one. Now, gearing up for our games today, we want to break down some of the players that we'll be watching. Up first is Counter Logic Gaming's new man in the top lane, Sarah.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype surrounding the first Korean player to join the NALCS last week, but in his first week of play, he didn't have the effect a lot of fans hoped that he would. He has to step up and perform better individually for CLG to succeed.
And we go from CLG's top lane to Evil Geniuses with NACS. He's been performing very well in his solo lanes, but in his first week of games, we haven't seen him contributing to his overall team's success. If EG wants to, continue to win, last split, NACS often carried, but really no man's an island. So we got to see if he can step up his coordination with the team and pull them out of that 0-4.
Yeah, EG's got a good chance of winning today, and so does Cloud9. We're watching High as well. Since his return to active duty, Cloud9 have looked uncharacteristically indecisive and cautious. But the team's now had another week to practice, and maybe they've gotten some of their groove back.
Hopefully they can. Next up, though, in the mid lane is going to be Dignitas' Shifter. He's had a couple of big games and, of course, did score the first pentakill of the split. But in his games, he's been falling behind in lane. He's actually got the lowest CS at 10 for all mid laners. And today, he faces off against the league's top farmer in Xiaowei Xiao. Dig's success may just depend on Shifter actually winning his lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a trick one. And finally, it's Wild Turtle. In his first week of the summer split, he lived up to his name in a sense that he was very unpredictable and continued to get caught out unnecessarily with bad positioning in team fights. Turtle has to play better. He cannot rely on Glebe to bail him out again and again if GSM wants success.
Yeah, we're going to see them play in about 20 minutes, see if they can take down CLG. But switching gears, we want to actually hear what you guys have to say with our Twitter question of the day. Today we're asking, what's your favorite rivalry in the North American LCS and why?
Yeah, send your carefully worded responses to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS so that we can find it in the nebulous space we call the internet. We will be reading our favorite answers later in the broadcast.
All right, so on Thursday, our friends on the LCS preview show peeled back the curtain on the in-game discussions of LCS teams to reveal the secret truth. They're just like you and me. Let's eavesdrop on this week's edition of the LCS preview show's All Chat.
You know, that's the theme of the last Pink Floyd album, the Division Bell, that communication solves everything.
I'm coming over.
Okay, I'm on Lulu.
I'm holding them. Shyvana. No flash.
Go.
Okay, back forward.
Nice! Keep going, I'm TP.
Yeah, we get them all. I get a sniper.
Great job. Listen.
Good job.
You say it?
Clear call.
Clear calls.
Clear
good
calls.
plans.
Good plans.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we won.
All right, we're good.
We won,
man. We won.
Back up. Here's my turn.
Oh my god, we're so good at this game.
Come here.
I'm coming for smite. Kevin 6-0, stop. Fuck.
Nice!
Would you believe that? I said I was coming for smite, dude. Fuck. I don't give a fuck. Holy shit. Oh my.
so bad.
You saw the ult like 15 years before.
Don't kill him, man. My points. Don't. My points.
Fantasy points, dude.
Don't.
I can't catch him.
Don't.
Fantasy points.
Yes.
There we go.
Give the penta.
Give me
Now your fantasy stats.
Wait, get it.
That dude is a beast on Thresh. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. But now I need something place to stay.
Pretty sure my singing's worse.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see that tomorrow.
Well, be sure to tune in at the start of each week for the NALCS, actually both LCS preview show.
Yeah, we'll be breaking down the big news from the North American and European leagues, as well as the best in-depth highlights that you'll see, and also provide some sage fantasy advice that may help you dominate your opponents in fantasy.
That's primo intel. Now, set a reminder to wake up an extra 30 minutes early for Thursday, 8:30 a.m. Pacific time, 5:30 p.m. Central European, to catch all the knowledge bombs we'll be lobbing in your general direction. Now, we've got to take a quick stretch before we dive into our lineup of games, starting with Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. The action gets underway in 3.5 minutes. Welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Split, everybody. Now, each week, the LCS teams are under tremendous pressure to win. There's a threat of relegation for the teams that slip up and don't do very well, the promise of worlds for the teams that excel.
Yeah, but every player has been feeling a new pressure to score fantasy points for their team's fantasy league.
I definitely like the fantasy league. Yeah, I'm in like 3 different fantasy leagues right now. After our first game against C9, I had a lot of tweets being like, "Oh man, you only had 2 kills. I need more fantasy points." I was like, "Damn."
People talking to me on Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that. They're like, "Hey, you're on my team. Like, you better do well." I'm like, "Oh God."
I think it puts too much pressure. You know, I don't wanna disappoint everyone who's chosen me.
All I do is apologize to people who put me on their team. Even the top teams, when they die, the fans are getting angry at them. It doesn't matter if they win, the fans get angry at them.
The EG game last week that we had, like Crepple had more points than me, but we won. So I'm like, okay, what?
It's really cool to see that even the players in the LCS are getting into it.
Turtle made fun of my team, so I'm making him eat his words.
My highlight player is Shifter. He went off last week, he had a pentakill, so I'm really happy with that pick.
Sadly, I'll probably be picking Shifter over myself.
I have Kerp on my team who made 117 points on the first week, which is amazing. Like, I believed in the trackball, man.
然后你要问我拿5个的话，当然是选我们5个。
I literally just locked in me, Afro, and Link. Oh yeah, I actually first picked myself. I was the first one to go in the rotation, and I was just like, I want me.
That was pretty much saw it coming, and he picked himself. I'm like, okay, dude.
Last but not least, I have Wild Turtle as my AD, but right now he's sucking. He has me as his top laner, so I need to try and feed more to ruin his fantasy points.
We'll see if Darius can do it. If you haven't already set up your league, point your browser over to fantasy.levelesports.com.
Yeah, there you can create your ultimate dream team made up of your favorite pro players from the North American and European LCS. Then, compete against your friends, racking up points based on the actual LCS games.
Fantasy League is your opportunity to play owner, so start building your franchise today. Get a bunch of points, win a bunch of games. I'm 1-1 with my league so far.
Well, congratulations. So am I.
I'm playing you this week in one of our leagues, I think.
Really?
Maybe I'm just dumb.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think in a future week.
Whatever. I'm taking on Quickshot. I know that much. Anyway, while you're weighing in your first pick, we're going to throw it over to Riv and Kobe to take us into our first game of the day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's jump right into it. Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Kobe, TSM with this, coming into this game, are only 1 game ahead of CLG, and that's kind of story of all our games today. People can match each other if they win, lose here.
Yeah, this is a classic rivalry here in competitive League of Legends. But TSM have actually lost a lot of their senior lineup since the start of the year, making this a much younger team that is lacking a little bit in leadership. A lot of the responsibility has fallen to their new support, Glebe, for his pre-game strategies and his in-game communication as well. If you add to that, that's been his job of late to keep Wild Turtle alive, then he's wearing many hats for his team.
This is true. While Glebe is stepping up to be a linchpin player for his squad, Seraph is still trying to adjust to CLG's top lane.
All right, so this has been a situation that CLG have found themselves in before.
Yeah.
Where there are hopes among CLG fans that Seraph is going to come in and be this godlike player simply because he's Korean and he was associated with the Najin organization. But instead, they've got yet another top laner that they need to mold, just like they tried to do with Voyboy and they were in the process of doing with Nien. So this is not really a new story for CLG to come into a split expecting a rough start because of a new player. But this time around, it may be even more difficult because the game's actually changed a lot, with the top lane going from one of the most simple and isolated roles in League of Legends to one of the most complicated.
Absolutely. Right now, let's get into the starting lineup so we can get into this rivalry game. On the blue side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane is Seraph, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid lane, Doublelift at AD carry, and Afromu on support.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Up top is Dyrus. And the jungle, amazing. Mid, Bjergsen, AD carry, Wild Turtle. And supporting, Glebe.
And then in our featured matchup this week, we will be venturing into the jungle for Dexter versus Amazing. Both of these players have had success on Elise, so we could probably expect to see the Spider Queen being a contested pick or ban early here.
Yeah, in TSM's first game, actually, Cloud9 effectively banned Amazing out and forced him onto that Xin Xiao, and it didn't work that well for TSM's new jungler. But overall, we have seen Amazing put up some good numbers. The key difference with Dexter is that Amazing is much more reactive during the early game. He just goes to whatever lane is calling him there. He's running much more on instinct, whereas Dexter tends to work off a plan. You know, sometimes that plan doesn't work out, but he does come into the game with specific goals.
A big goal, something in the end. Usually CLG's goal is to take out everything they can before they win a game. For some reason, once they get to your base, they just want everything from there on out. It's a little bit of demoralization, I think, too. But it all comes from the rotations, I guess, right? Being able to hit it right. Also looking at two of what are the strongest teams, this rivalry is they're ones who've seen some of the most changes, which is different because, like you said, CLG's been here, and TSM, a team that is constantly placed in the top, are, you know, switching players out.
Yeah, I mean, Dyrus is the last old school guy left on TSM. There are actually only 10 players left in the whole North American LCS that have been in the North American LCS since it started.
The spring, and that split, yeah. Wow. They're weeding them out, man.
Yeah, everybody's
Getting
dropping
old.
quick.
Get them on the desk. Get that knowledge and empower the rest of the players. Let's get into the game. Figured the AD carries would get a little bit of love in this game. That Twitch does go out to the wayside immediately. Wild Turtle won't be picking that up.
Yeah, even though last week Wild Turtle on Twitch was walking by a few too many pink wards and get himself hooked, they still respect the pick. That champion right now just has so much carry potential for the late game. And with CLG liking to move around so much between objectives, Twitch is the perfect champion to pick people off in between those movements.
See how the bans go. There's been quite a diversity played between the AD carries. We got some Sivir, Vayne.
Well, with the Yasuo ban early from CLG, that opens up some questions in my mind. Do they want to run a Nidalee? Are they looking to run a TF? Something like that, where they don't want to have to go up against a mid lane assassin like Yasuo? Very interesting early ban there against Bjergsen.
Morgana being taken out, so it looks like Glebe gets hit pretty hard in this one. We haven't really seen Glebe get off any other supports. Zyra's still in there for him, and we still have one last ban to go for TSM. We'll see what this will be. It will be a Jax. That means Shyvana and Renekton are left up for this top lane, but the first pick is double lifts for Illusion.
Highest priority does go to the second AD carry that is up there in the Twitch tier list for CLG. So pretty easy early pick for them. However, it does kind of leave Seraph out to dry. He has had probably the best showings on Shyvana. And when he's had to be forced onto Aurelia, it hasn't been quite as strong for CLG. So we'll see now if he has expanded his champion pool enough to incorporate this. TSM actually letting top lane picks go past the first round as well, though, in favor of getting not only LeBlanc, but also Lulu here. So that's really a flexible pick because it could be in the top lane or it could be support, and it opens them up for more carries on this team than just LeBlanc.
This is actually something that CLG likes to do as well. Aphromoo played the Lulu the other week. They'll take out that mid laner, kind of take it away. So with those grabs, TSM definitely hits a core amount of champions and the bans that CLG likes to use.
I really do like taking Lulu pretty early, just because she can go into so many positions. And as you said, Aphromoo really liked Lulu as a support as well. So not only are you taking it away from Link, but also possible CLG support being taken away there.
His last game of the week versus Cloud9, Link did bring out the Orianna. Looks like he'll try to do that once again. We've been seeing some Corki and Sivir. Kog'Maw as well from the Yellow Pete man himself. This would be very interesting with Amazing going on his wheelhouse champion, Lee Sin.
Yeah, Kog'Maw has definitely been on the rise recently. It's not just Twitch and Lucian at the top anymore. What's really interesting about the Kog'Maw nowadays are there's so many different builds people are using. I mean, some people are still even rushing Infinity Edge into Phantom Dancer, but even more popular now are the early Blade of the Ruined Kings or early Trinity Force. So there's so many options to go with that Kog'Maw now. And since they've set up a pretty good protect Kog'Maw situation here already with Lulu and Lee Sin able to kick people back, I do like the pickup here. They still have potential for snatching people off in the mid game with LeBlanc. They don't need that Twitch.
Very interesting.
The joke's on us. It is going to be a top lane Lulu, probably.
Yeah, Leona.
Dyrus has not played very much LeBlanc, and it takes Dyrus a long time to learn champions. So I'd say, if I was a betting man, Dyrus is going to take over the Lulu, because LeBlanc takes a little while to practice those combos.
I'm going to distort twice right into the fight and then be left out to dry. So Glebe actually leaves himself last to pick AD carry for Wild Turtle. Already seeing that on the board. It's nothing they have to rush anyways for Lucian. Doublelift and Aframu, however, kind of winding out the composition for CLG. Still have Shyvana on the board. It would be an easy pick, but
yeah, could be an easy last pick here, though. It would be going up against Lulu. Not sure how many ranged champions Seraph has actually practiced against. Shyvana, it's not that bad, though. She would probably be jungling early. And since CLG have two solo laners now, with the Leona being locked in, or TSM have 2 solo laners now that are very poor junglers. CLG will probably be looking for some sort of lane swap here to make that Lulu or the LeBlanc try and farm jungle camps, because they're very inefficient at it.
So we have Sarah's pickup of Renekton. Dyrus knows this matchup very, very well. And we also have the pickup of Aframu on Alistar. We got to remember the ball delivery system coming from Link there. That's something that CLG used heavily at the end of the split.
Yeah, this is a very, very solid composition from Counterlogic Gaming. It's not complicated at all. They have a very simple comp here. Definitely oriented on that team fight, trying to use the Shockwave combo with Aframu. Meanwhile, TSM, they really have to watch out for this early game. Like I said, with picking 2 mana-using champions for their solo lanes, don't know how they will manipulate the early laning phase here. Maybe they will spend more money on vision and try and get some favorable matchups. I mean, top laners in this meta have really been sort of reduced to scavengers for the beginning of the game. They're just kind of...
Who can do it the best?
Hey, here, go ahead and jungle without a jungle item for a while.
Don't teleport wrong, or top lane wrong time.
Yeah.
You'll die.
And they just basically just follow you around. They're like your friend just begging for scraps. Can I get the small wolf, please? Just one small wolf.
Somebody will figure it out. One of these days, somebody's just going to blow our minds and do something completely different. We got to remember back when Gambit started doing it with the Janna Roam and the Shyvana in the jungle, and we were like, wait a minute, supports in the jungle? What is this? Now the top laners have to do it.
One of my favorite things about the new meta, so many roamers now. We get 3 people roaming around in the early game. You can have 4 people mid sometimes at 2-3 minutes.
They ram it up. Before we jump into the game, we want to see how you've been voting over at LOLesports.com, where TSM leads with 65% of the vote. It's not too bad off.
Yeah, and you can also continue to share your predictions by tweeting either hashtag CLGWin or TSMWin to @LOLesports. We will be updating our polls throughout the entire game to check in and see how people's opinions are changing.
So it's interesting when Cloud9 played Team Solo Mid first, they kind of banned out Amazing. They said, here, you can not have any junglers. And then it's kind of an all-around focus coming in from CLG. They feel like hitting every point of the team while getting double at first pick Lucian is their best bet coming in here.
Yeah, Amazing definitely was practicing a few more champions as well after last week. So he's probably up to speed on more than 4 now, as the weakness has been exposed. But as Crumb said, there are plenty more junglers outside these top 4 that everyone keeps talking about and everyone keeps choosing that are very much viable options.
What are we looking at in that kind of situation?
Well, if you're looking at Europe, then you saw Yorick, but that hasn't had too much success. But all the old junglers that people used to use are still viable. I mean, there's still the Xin Zhao, there's still the Pantheon, there's still Vi. They're just not as good early anymore. And people are much more favoring things like Lee Sin and Elise because these 2 guys, these 2 junglers here are going to look to have a very early impact. Dexter and Amazing, with very early game junglers, they should be able to really dictate the pace of this early game.
Is there any fact of the swapping that kind of affects any of these junglers positively? A jungler with more mobility, the fact that things are swapped up, position on the map is stronger in one area. Does Elise favor that?
Yeah, that's why we're seeing these early game junglers, because they have more freedom now that people are not shoving down early turrets. They don't have to show in lane anymore. So if you're a jungler who can win a duel versus the majority of other jungling champions, then it's a good pick right now, because a lot of the time you're only level 3. You're running into people, you're trying to duel. There are a lot more early skirmishes here away from turrets.
Right.
Now that people are moving around so much.
And that's something that's going to play into the factor, as we were talking about, for Dexter. Having that big picture already ready, if you know what you're getting yourself into. Meeting Amazing in the jungle, like you said, Amazing's going to be playing reactively if he hasn't already anticipated that. And we saw Dexter when they were at the Battle of the Atlantic, he was a little shyer A lot of bush time, didn't really come out for ganks. But then when he got here in the LCS, he was pretty much starting all of those ganks. A lot of first bloods for Counter Logic Gaming. So Amazing will definitely have to be on his toes in the jungle.
Yeah, and he has been, focusing a lot on the bottom lane as well. We'll see if he lends any extra support to Seraph. Seraph, though, we talked about the limited champion pool. Renekton's very easy to pick up. I feel confident that he can perform on Renekton. And he is taking teleport. It's not the Ignite Renekton because CLG, like I said, probably not looking for the standard lane matchups here. Probably looking to switch things around and get some free lanes.
Well, free lanes for CLG would definitely be good. We know Doublelift loves to be in that atmosphere, farming his face off. The crowd is ready. A little bit of the running man as well as they get themselves onto the rift. Looks like we got some relics in the bottom lane. Start off pretty organized and even across the board. Dexter gets himself a vision ward in there.
Yeah, so extra vision for CLG actually, because they're the ones that really want to manipulate this early game. We'll see if it does pay off here. Aframu also starting with that Targons is interesting. A lot of the times he'll spend even more money just on consumables and vision. But this time around, he's going to be beefy in that bottom lane. Alistar and Lucian is nothing to sneeze at. They have a lot of kill potential, and it's a great pick against Leona. Because whenever Leona comes in, he can not only interrupt her combo, but he could also headbutt her into the turret if they engage too closely. Just pulverize, knock her right into danger. So it's just a very strong pick against Leona specifically, and it's one of Aframu's specialties.
I like it as well because, Glebe and Wild Turtle still kind of getting adjusted together. Glebe has quite a bit of responsibilities coming in for Team Solo Mid, so anything you can do to kind of hinder that combination, you're going to get the one up. You can see that vote.
Yeah, and that's a good point because Wild Turtle is on a champion that is not forgiving if you have poor positioning. Kog'Maw very similar to Twitch in that regard. So we'll have to see how he can position on Kog'Maw. It's pretty easy for Kog'Maw though, especially since no mana for his W active. Taking advantage of that long range should be Wild Turtle's goal.
That was a fantastic change. Always love some Kog'Maw play. Just bring back the green elixir now and you're good. 2 minutes coming up on the clock as both teams look to give each other a little bit of space here in the beginning of the game. Regular starts off, no steals on the buffs. And it looks like we are going to get the matchup in the bottom lane. We'll see if Doublelift and Aframu decide to go hard here.
All right, so we are going to get 2v2s down bottom. This is a really interesting 2v2. I really like the interaction between both these supports as I was talking about. But really, it's going to be what can Seraph do up in this top lane? Dyrus with one of the newer picks for himself, trying out the Lulu. We'll see if he can actually deal with Renekton. Because Renekton does have kill pressure on Lulu, even though she can harass him early. Like I said, Dexter likes to make moves pretty early. Might want to get an early lead for that Crocodile.
Already got some pings going down on the backside, so they have the awareness of where Amazing is. If they want to go aggressive in the bottom lane, that's perfectly fine. Dexter is going to get a smite on his blue and be quite ahead of Amazing here in the run, so they can decide to do something off this if they want to. And that's really Dexter kind of had the big picture already, right? He's moving along, and he's ready to start things for Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, look at this. Amazing clearing out a lot of his blue side jungle. Took the white as well.
Yeah.
A lot of Lee Sin skipped that camp, but he's going for a much, much later red here by clearing out his full blue side. He should have seen...
He should, yeah, should have seen the ward flash. He's going to let him get it quite down. Dexter with the smite down. Going in very hard, red buff. It does go actually over to Dexter, so he's got the damage on it. He could be taken... Wow. Amazing going down very well there, I meant to say, but... Great damage onto Dexter. Kind of a little too much of a weight there.
Yeah, so it's a really good plan by Dexter. Here's what he's thinking. I've got a Renekton top lane. Yeah. He's going to shove it early. That's great. My mid lane as well. Orianna can shove LeBlanc very easily. So I've got two solo lanes that can back me up. It's a good call to go for that invade. The problem was really in the execution there. He missed the cocoon. He got revealed by the W. After he placed his ward, there's vision, so he didn't have to be that close. Could have backed off and expected that there would be a Tempest Cripple combo from Amazing, but he was too close. So he got revealed, it forced his hand, he rushed in there, didn't get the smite steal or the early damage onto Amazing. And if you go to at Lee Sin early game like this without landing that cocoon, then you're just going to get destroyed. So they actually end up only trading flashes because CLG have control of the lanes, and it was great collapse. Didn't go too poorly for CLG. Good plan, bad execution.
Seraph still a bit of a level up on Dyrus. With Dyrus staying in the jungle, he is just leveling up now to meet where Seraph is. So if he can keep that in lane, the level 6 will be great when when Seraph hits it. Trying to formulate something in the jungle. Doesn't work, but you can see already CLG under 5 minutes trying to get something going. Seraph getting a little punished down in the top lane is amazing. Wants to get something started here for TSM's side. Coming in for Bjergsen, misses the ethereal chain. Looks like he'll be safe. A little extra damage.
Whoa, whoa. Crowd really wants him to take that Lee Sin Q, I guess.
It's like a cafeteria fight.
But yeah, he dodged the skill that mattered. The chain is what was crucial there, so good job by Link. Actually going back to purchase his early Chalice now, too. Need that early magic resist versus LeBlanc, because all that she has over Orianna is the kill pressure. Now that he's got his magic resist and mana, he can control the wave much easier and reduce a lot of that Bjergsen threat.
Link quickly getting a sweeper on this back, actually. So we'll see if they try to get Dexter to come back mid. Right now, looks like he's going to do some lane work. Going for Seraph.
Lane gank bottom from Amazing. Just walked right in there with Lee Sin. Now, it's a champion that's very strong at lane ganking. However, the wave was shoved up so close to the turret. The point here is just to shove it into the turret.
Aframu standing pretty aggressive on this one. Like you're saying, he's looking to headbutt somebody into the turret. He will not give you any extra steps there.
And he also uses his Targon Execute to make sure they don't lose any minions under the turret. So even though TSM shoved this up to the turret with Amazing's help, they get nothing out of it. Actually, it's frozen in the perfect spot for CLG. So not able to accomplish anything with that trip down bottom from Amazing. And Dexter might make him pay for it. Because he showed down bottom, he knows there's no chance of a counter gank.
There it is.
And as I said before, Renekton does have the kill pressure on Lulu.
Well, she just hit level 6. Dyrus and Seraph hitting that. Well, just about 2 minions apart. And Dexter's level 4 here.
Dyrus does have his ulti, so at least he does have his ulti to rely on. But Seraph is trying to charge up his Fury Bar right now.
They have a perfect way to tank this. If they can get in, Dexter takes it first, repels out, and then it's going to be... Oh, actually, Seraph's going to have to take this quite hard with the Dominus on. Gets shrunken out. Dyrus could have shield coming up soon. Gets the slow on. Dexter getting an auto attack. He's going to go down. And so is Seraph. The double kill for Dyrus. It's not even over. Amazing. Sneakily getting himself out towards Dragon, but who would have thought?
So we talked about communication. I think that might have been a little bit of miscommunication. So let's watch. Dexter backs off now after the ult and shield have gone down. Seraph goes deep in though. At that point, Dexter has to try and finish this. But with Elise's reduced damage, he's not able to get the kill until he goes down anyway. And since Seraph went back in, not being sure that Dexter would be able to finish the kill, he thought that Seraph actually wasn't going to go down there. So he gets back into turret range and ends up going down as well. A double kill for Dyrus. Extremely good for TSM here. Because Renekton really needs to be able to use that early lead. Once Lulu starts getting more beefy, he loses his kill pressure. It's much harder for him as the game goes on. And Dyrus being able to purchase some extra wards here too should be feeling a lot more confident in this top lane.
It almost looked like Dexter thought he got aggro because he stuttered back. And then, no.
I think he was just saying, okay, we got the ult and shield, it's too dangerous, and he didn't want to go for it. Not sure, though. Might been in those things, those heat of the moment, do we go for the dive, do we stop? Those are the things that really, really count in the early game here that CLG might be missing because of the language barrier. They have said, though, that Seraph's English is strong.
Right.
So they haven't had problems communicating with him.
Well, we got to think now, those 2 incidences are adding up. Dexter went into the jungle. That was a failed attempt. Pulled Seraph out of lane, and now they got killed in the top lane. So TSM now trying to work a little bit of the snowball they've been given. And CLG looking to stave it off here. They've done quite a good job, but again, Seraph has to be pulled back out of lane. Might lose a few CS to the turret, too.
Yeah, and because Link is collapsing like this, you know, Bjergsen's doing a great job controlling the CS in this mid lane. Got a pretty good early lead here. And since he has a blue buff, and the blue buff was effectively denied from Link, Bjergsen's going to have a pretty big upper hand here, especially with that 2-level lead. Link should probably get a level off this wave, though. Yeah, there he goes.
Walking around. It's not going to do anything. He wanted Wraiths, but he's not going to take it. He doesn't know where everything else is. Now waiting in the fog of war for a bit of action towards Link, as we're looking to see what the bottom lane is doing, and it looks like it's Doublelift and Aframu on the roam now.
There are pretty good wards here from TSM, though. They have pink wards on both sides, so they'll see this roam up top. Yellow pinks do go down. The pink ward actually was not found by CLG, so it's still there for TSM. Everybody's walking by that bush. Dyrus really gets control of the top lane because there's a roam down from Seraph. Dyrus doesn't have his teleport, though, so he's going to be late to this party.
Just gritting his teeth. Gets amazing, and Bjergsen out of the situation. Damage there. If CLG can keep getting pokes like that, they're better off.
Because of that delay, though, Dyrus came down. This could be 5-on-5.
He did have that speed. He whimsied himself into position. A nice Void Ooze. That's going to be a full 5 hit on the slow for the Solar Flare. Coming in with the damage. Link very hurt. Aframu on the outside throws down the ultimate, reducing the damage, but is it enough? A 1v1, and Dexter takes out Amazing on the left side of your screen. Bjergsen's going to finalize that kill on the cow. It looks like they back off with 2 for 1.
Yeah. Glebe a little bit overreaching right there, chasing into that Alistar and Orianna combo. Pretty dangerous. It's only a 1 for 2 though, not terrible for TSM, not amazing for CLG. But yeah, that's the Leona Alistar interaction we were looking for. Amazing tried to follow it up pretty well and does kick over Doublelift, but the damage from TSM, not in position to follow it up.
Seraph coming into that fight, if he still had dominance, it seems like he could have gone back in, but he walked into the fight with it on, so they're not really organizing these.
Yeah, he has built early damage too, so with the Tiamat, not a lot of potential for him to tank up for this team. His teleport is available though, and it looks like CLG just going to give this one up because of the ward coverage here from TSM. Possible steal, but very unlikely.
Cannot pass. Dragon going over to Team Solo mid. We got an even game in gold and kills right now. 11.5 minutes in. Dyrus and Seraph back toe-to-toe in the top lane. Looks like Bjergsen's going to back. He's got about 600 gold lead right now. That's coming off his kills. The assists with 10 CS in his favor. But Bjergsen and Link have kept each other from roaming, and those are two of the two pivotal members of the team to get things going if the jungle cannot.
A lot of wards up here for Seraph in the top lane. He wants to go aggressive. He's built all this damage. He has Tiamat for shoving. Wants to keep Dyrus sequestered up in the top lane so that he can't join the fights. Lulu's biggest strengths are buffing up the rest of the carries on a team. Being able to get other people to carry harder. She's not one to necessarily carry by herself. So if you can keep her away from the rest of the team, really reduce the effectiveness of that pick. Aframu setting up this lane gank. That should cause TSM to play more cautiously though, because they've just seen this pink ward go down. They got to know there's a reason for that pink ward going down. See if they actually call down Amazing though, because right now he's headed mid. They're just giving up this bottom turret.
It's going to be in. Doublelift gets a nice ward, so he needs the 1v1. He'll be happy to. Well, like you said, with not a lot, but a little bit of damage coming in, the item's not really being finished for CLG. You see 2 Athene's Unholy Grails, the Blade of the Rune King now finished, the Lizard Eldered as well. TSM is ready to get themselves into fights. They're in the position to make the moves they want. And with Dyrus, we said earlier, not going to have the greatest time on Lulu. Those 2 early kills, definitely giving him a thumbs up there.
Yeah, and CLG, not only were they able to take the turret, but they also got enough damage out of it to get the wave pushing back at them. So Doublelift is able to keep that wave in friendly territory for longer now. So he doesn't have to overextend, and he can further increase this lead over Turtle. Doublelift is really going to be massive. Now that the numbers have turned against his creep wave, deciding to hard shove it so that he can then roam. Once he shoves out that wave, he can actually go make an effect either mid lane or with the rest of his team here. It looks like people setting up for the next spawn of buffs.
Gotta be careful. They got some good wards for him, but a quick sidestep of Wild Turtle and Glebe towards the river would take him out. He's 141 to 100 in CS right now. Really having a big effect, Doublelift and Aframu's combination against Wild Turtle and Glebe and a Cog Leona combination.
Turtle is definitely looking more for late game, but he needs to stay competitive in that CS score. because Lucian is not a poor scaling AD. As I said, Doublelift is already on the road to outperforming him in these mid-game team fights. Early play of the Ruined King, though, very popular build for Kog'Maw. Does help him out a lot with champions like Renekton, who are going to try and dive to him. Then he can slow them down and kite them back. This is not a tanky Renekton, so he can actually kill him pretty easily if he's able to get distance.
Great picks play there. Glitterlance after to follow up some damage, and he's just trying to bait in the play for Dexter. A little bit of time wasted up here, but he's sitting on half a red buff left. Doesn't look like he's going to get anything that he wants. Seraph really shouldn't go in right now.
Yeah, I think this extra harass under the turret is actually going to cause Seraph not to go out into lane. And actually, yeah, ends up drawing.
Or at least he can pat himself on the back now.
Dexter's still waiting around for this counter, though.
Uh-oh.
Now they know that they're outnumbered. This is extremely dangerous. Bjergsen coming in with blue buff.
Only 1 second on that distortion again. It's up, and he uses... Oh, the minion with the body block! Sign that guy up on the team. Bjergsen's going to be backing up off of this one. It looks like CLGs may turn this one around. Not
they have to go through the turret. Flash is blown as well.
Not in range for the shockwave, but in range to definitely make TSM think twice.
Now that was just a pure mistake that was easily avoidable by Bjergsen. You can just watch your own creep wave. They mirror each other. So if your creep wave is at the middle of the lane, then so will CLG's. He should have known that the creep wave would be right there. Yeah. And even though he's going in for that blind chain, he's going to have to work around that timing. So that was an easily avoidable situation. It didn't cause anyone their death.
Nope.
However, they do go down a summoner spell for it.
That hunger for kills, also known as greed. See what CLG can do is Aphromoo is going to back 1 minute on the Dragon, so he will get himself prepped and prepared for that. 50 CS lead still for Doublelift. Being an 80 carry, always say the #1 rule, if you're not farming, then you're not being an 80 carry, and that's where Doublelift is going, down to the bottom lane. Top lane, Dyrus should be able to get some more damage on the turret if he wants. His teleport's up, so he can decide to just go wherever he wants and back to the top to farm this one out, because he's got a good lead on Seraph after the kills and the CS.
Hey, you're talking about farming here. Like, Doublelift's been farming hard for a long time. He should have a substantial pool of gold. He could probably buy a full item when he does go back. He's been farming for an extremely long time. Just gets boots and a Sheen. Okay, more burst here. So this is actually a really good mid-game pickup. Sheen is extremely efficient towards this mid-game here, especially when there's going to be so many skirmishes.
And nobody has armor yet.
That 17-minute mark.
Oh.
Good repel to buy time.
Yeah. He actually got a stack from Chain and the Zenith Blade, so he didn't have to worry too much about the card control.
Dragon 1 second away. Teleports for both laners are up, but Seraph walks down once again, wanting to save his cooldown. And CLG, they actually have positioning on mid. They don't have to go down to Dragon. Because TSM weren't sure which objective they were going for, TSM stood in the middle ground, no man's land, and they end up losing the turret and positioning on Dragon. CLG can also clear out the vision here. Let's see if Dyrus can actually answer top lane, though. TSM really need to be able to answer this move from CLG with that top lane turret.
The battle was for mid, but the war is for the Dragon. CLG has part 1. They got part 2. The fight to start here. The culling off to the right side. Doublelift, the sun is in his eyes. Cleave goes hard onto Doublelift. He is on the backside. Can only throw out the skill shots and not put any more damage down. And CLG has to reassess this fight.
That Alistar front line is so strong with his ulti, taking up a lot for his team. Both support tanks here. Barely getting out.
They still want this.
They've got positioning. So that was a mid for top turret trade. Dragon goes down, but it does give up middle turret positioning for TSM. They try and answer, but CLG do not actually give up. They do not go through with those recalls. Turtles in the back.
Wow. CLG has been trying to make plays all game. Can't flaunt them for it. Some of them are coming through, but we're all tied up here. They do get that Dragon, which gives them a bit of a gold lead, and Doublelift CS obviously sticking on that cash. But 19 minutes in, and with 2 turrets down, CLG can start to add a little bit more map pressure, hopefully. When you got Dyrus pushing lanes, everybody else able to pretty much clear out a wave quite easily.
So yeah, TSM, they want to play to their strengths now. They do have Dyrus who got an upper hand. He's got the 2 kills, he's got the CS lead, he's got an easily large rod. He can harass this Renekton, who hasn't been able to complete defensive items yet. Just now getting his Negatron cloak. So we'll see what Dyrus can actually do with this, because the other parts of this TSM lineup here are not doing as hot. That turtle, he needs a lot more time to scale up here with the Kog'Maw, trying to catch up to Double Lift. Maybe they can pull something off here with Bjergsen. They need to get vision back, though, for that to happen. Bjergsen with that LeBlanc not going Deathfire Grasp means that it'll be harder for him to pull off one of those assassinations, but he can still do it if he catches the right person, you know, maybe low on health.
That's going to be quite tough. A lot of protection for all of CLG. If they can, like you said, get that magic resistance up, they're facing most of the damage and mitigating it right away.
Yeah, the problem with going double AP with a LeBlanc as one of your APs is that people, when seeing LeBlanc, their immediate reaction is already, hey, I need to get a Banshee's Veil pretty early. So if you're running double AP, it just makes that choice even easier for them to go with. And it's a great item for anyone on CLG towards the late game. Banshee's Veil going to help out a lot. So TSM really need to...
Whoa! Looks like Dexter's getting some nom-noms in the top lane. Seraph's going to want to help out here. Deja vu! Oh no, the turret! Dyrus is running! Time number 2, misses the cocoon. Whimsy coming up. The Glitter Lance goes over to Seraph, and he plays this one out in the fancy feet. Time number 2.
So they don't get him again. However, it's just going to be a trade for turrets. CLG getting top turret right now. Meanwhile, TSM going to get that bottom one. The real story is what's going to happen mid, because side lanes are traded pretty evenly here, but Double Lift has such a commanding lead. With that Sheen, he can do a lot of damage very quickly to turrets.
Really great purchase, putting the Phage on there as well to keep himself a little safer. Aphromoo throws it on. The back line is not warded right now in CLG. Like I said, trying to continuously make plays throughout the game. A lot of defense being provided here from Glebe and the rest of the team.
Collapsed on by Bjergsen here.
Very close. He also has amazing right on his heels. Bjergsen looks like he's been living with a blue buff on it as it actually drains off of him. As I say that, good dissonance damage from Link. He's actually leveled that all the way 4. Q is at 5 since he's put that up. We're going to see what they can do. Slowly pushing towards the mid lane, but they're not getting any of Turtle's poke down. They're not getting Glitter Lances there. They really can't engage much.
CLG really looking for the perfect shockwave. Initiation burst onto Afro.
The one that heals.
Not going to be that effective.
Yeah. Oh!
There it is!
The ball delivery system! There it is! They get it there by 10 a.m. guaranteed. And it looks like it's going to be Dyrus running for the hills. Double Lift gets himself in range. The Phage speed, the W passive speed, all the speed necessary for the double kill.
And that is going to be a middle inhibitor turret already going down for CLG. Bjergsen wants to make them pay for it, though.
Trying to get a little bit off the edge there, chip off a block for himself, but nothing is coming off on that. CLG is a rock right now, and they're turning this rivalry into a base destruction versus Team Solo Mid. They pick up a 5,000 gold lead, 3 kills on the run there, and 3 turrets for themselves in the lead.
A whole inhibitor off of that single initiation. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody saw the clip flash split.
But you're inside their head.
Still that impressive, even if you know it's coming. Aphromoo and Link once again pulling off the combo, and Double Lift is able to chase them down, even though red buff does wear off.
Matter of seconds. Everybody on TSM thought, oh, Voidoos, we're safe. That was the end that CLG needed.
Yeah, beautiful combo from CLG. What we were expecting from this composition, and they pulled it off beautifully. Great execution. TSM going to have to worry more about spreading out. I mean, they can't really afford for another 3-man Moo Link combo. So they're definitely going to have to spread out and work more with the counter engage. They don't really have the best opportunity when having Leona go all in, as we just saw, because not only is Aphromoo able to use Alistar's kit for engage, but also disengage and counter engage.
You just crack all that CC.
It's really more about TSM trying to use the Lee Sin kick to buy some time for them and then regroup. They have to spread out for the beginning of the fight and use Leona more for a secondary engage, a reinitiate.
Another thing that helps is that they got so far with that battle. Doing that twice isn't always the easiest thing. Like you said, TSM's going to be looking for that. You're not going to get another perfect ball delivery, so we'll see.
Well,
how CLG can work their way back in to get it again.
To be fair, TSM should have been looking for that from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because CLG have done this before, and CLG were still able to pull it off. Also, once Afromu gets some more mobility, that's going to be even more scary.
Oh dear. You can just see, they don't even want to attack him. Turtle knows just on his heels is going to be even more death from the Mad Cows. So they back off. Turtle safe. A lot of summoners up on both sides as well. So we'll really get an all-out fight from both teams if they decide to go head-to-head. No holding back. 240 to 199, almost hitting 200 CS there. Double Lift staying on that mark for CS per minute almost. And 2-0 and 3. So that first pick, Lucian, really working out for him.
Yeah, it's turning really scary for TSM here. Seraph as well got really strong. He's got a fully completed Randuin's now on top of his Negatron cloak. So he is getting to be that beefy secondary tank after Afromu initiates.
It's kind of been the story always. You kind of see Seraph in the beginning, and then he'll disappear, and then he'll come back as a formidable opponent sometime in the game where he still helps CLG.
Interesting choice here by TSM. They wanted to make another trade. This is just an outer turret, though.
Yeah.
The last outer turret for CLG going to go down for an inner turret of TSM. And TSM has to be very careful about recalling. They need to get back in time to defend an inhibitor turret. They can't afford to trade one outer for 2 turrets, one of them being inhibitor.
CLG is just playing this fantastically with the amount of strength they have. Afromu knowing the limitations and how far you can really go with that champion of Alistar.
Oh!
There is the command shockwave to lock it down. A quick Q movement on the ball move. Takes down Glebe, and they are going to get another inhibitor turret. Going on to Team Solom. It's amazing. They take him down. And Afromu helping to be on the front line, giving a double kill out for Link. Double Lift picks himself up one as well. These guys are just going hard. Actually, Double doesn't. He's just on the assist score.
Plenty of shields there for Double Lift 2 as Bjergsen comes in for the burst. This is maybe the fresh face of TSM kind of showing here. Not able to get everybody on the same page and recall quick enough. They weren't able to convey the desperation of that situation. The speed at which CLG were pushing was pretty easy to tell there, and they were not able to get the recalls in time.
Right.
End up losing another inhibitor for it. TSM really on the back foot now.
Well, doing what they can, still remembering they got to light up Baron as much as possible. Everybody to back here, amazing with the possibility of getting this, but I don't even know if CLG is going to give them the chance. They have an inhibitor to fight at and force that one already, while Turtle and Glebe staying safe right now. We'll see what these guys have for CLG on a last push. They still have, like we said, a little bit of front-end ability power damage if they can hit the right people, but they have to hit the right people.
Speaking of front-end ability power, Link is massive right now. He's also got a blue elixir on top of almost 3-item completed mid. So he's going to be giving some very, very high damage shockwaves, courtesy of Afromu. And Bjergsen gets a rat down before the fight even starts.
Perfectly done on the LeBlanc! That's why you'll see a lot of people clap for the LeBlanc. Oh, he gets it! Very nicely done. Link on that one as well with the shield assist, the speed up, and they're going to be going for the inhibitor. Not something they thought would happen. And another time that CLG catches TSM thinking they aren't going to engage.
Yeah, it seems to be the whole team of TSM here kind of out of position, not really respecting the speed of CLG, and they pay for it there. Also not able to take up enough calling.
Wow, Kobe! Wild Turtle gets hit up. That was a passive shot in the Sheen proc. Glebe is going to go down as well as they shut down the Sun. Double kill for Double Lift. 3 are now down. The Nexus turret will fall. A sub 30-minute game for the CLG TSM rivalry as Counter Logic Gaming takes the win at 28 minutes.
Congratulations to CLG. Very strong performance from them.
Great.
And maybe the lack of planning there from TSM kind of showing through. They look a little bit unsure of themselves towards mid-game.
Not to point it at amazing, but we saw a lot more during his European gameplay time. More initiations, more of this, more of that, being the one to set things up for the team. It seems like he's almost kind of been taken control of by other junglers here. Not all of them. He got hold of Dexter early game, but it's been quite ordinary for the results he used to produce. You see the team quite happy with themselves, and the victory, a great way to start off the second week of the split. TSM looking like there are a few troublesome issues there. Definitely something they can look at for this game. One of the harder matchups they have this week.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start for TSM. But CLG, all smiles. They have pretty much historically gotten the short end of the stick as far as this matchup is concerned. But now they're looking very confident, and it showed, especially in the team play there. Everybody was on the same page.
And there are interesting picks and bans, but it showed that CLG can kind of just go to whatever they want. After we back on Alistar, it's cool that AAP TSM took Lulu and LeBlanc, didn't need either of those. Link still had Kale if he needed to play it, but he went back to Orianna again. Counterlogic Gaming, their champion pool is amazing coming into this.
Yeah, I really like the throwbacks from Afromoon. Not a lot of support players nowadays playing Alistar. He's one of the only ones doing it, and he does it so well. Every single time he takes it, he shows himself to be a star for the team. And him and Link just have such good camaraderie.
Don't want to say it. I agree.
They can pull off these moves over and over again, even if you know that it's coming. TSM still keep getting caught by the shockwave combos.
It's something that happened last split, too, with just a frequency of the patch change. TSM said they were having a hard time to adapt to that. Do another patch change, which wasn't huge in terms of changing things, but there's a patch change, and you have new members. So you're just multiplying things on that were hindering the team last split.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in the North American LCS is pretty much a new team, so
yeah,
everybody's having to deal with these
kind of the
issues.
story. And then it's a choose your own adventure. Do you keep going? I mean, CLG came back in the mid-game vote on that one because people they're seeing, they're like, you know, CLG has become the rock they wanted to be a lot sooner. Last split, it took quite a while, and CLG received a good amount of flack for it throughout the whole time, even saying it's going to take us a while. You know, same thing could happen for Team Solo Mid.
And what was really impressive for CLG this time around was double lift. Yes, he farmed really hard in the beginning. He got his lead, but when it was time to team fight, when it was time to pull away from the minions and stop farming, he was there. He was always there with the team. When they called for a shove, when they called for a move anywhere, he would be in the right place at the right time. So double lift actually not falling into his old habits, and he's actually progressing as a player himself.
Got it in. All right, well, we're going to toss it over to Freak and Jat, who are joined by CLG's Rush Hour bot lane.
Thank you very much, Irv. What's up, guys? I want to welcome Doublelift and Afromoon now to the desk. You guys were pretty much in command and control the entire game, it seemed. Talk to me, I guess, about the fact that we have a lot of new rosters now in the LCS fighting up against now Wild Turtle and Glebe.
Well, last split, I didn't really have any issues playing against Turtle and Xpecial. And I felt like them and C9's bot lane were like really strong, but then C9's bot lane had just started pulling ahead relative to TSM's. And then now, Glebe is not a spectacular laner. Like, Xpecial hits all his hooks, and he's just he has like good lane presence, but I think Glebe and Turtle are a lot weaker than him and Xpecial were. So I'm especially like not scared to 2v2 them. And they were playing a really weak lane called Leona. I don't know what they were thinking to try to 2v2 us. It's kind of silly.
So talk to me about the Leona pick, because so far every time I've seen you play, Alistair was into Leona. But also every time you happen to have an Orianna on your team. Did you like see this coming a while in advance, or you're just like, Orianna's good, and then you're like, oh great, I get the engage combo?
No, we pre-planned this before coming up against TSM. We know what we wanted to play, and we had all the counters ready, and we were prepared to play against them.
Yeah, and Double, if you actually mentioned there wanting the 2v2 and how TSM did that, just kind of walk me through the early game and how you guys knew that you would meet up with them 2v2 or Afro.
Well, we warded early, and originally we were like, there's no way they're not going to 2v1 with Cogliona. So like in my mind, I was like, yeah, we're just going to 2v1. Lulu's going to come down eventually to try to pick up some farm, but it's just going to be standard 2v1. But we saw Cog show on a ward. He was like bleaching blue or something for Amazing, and I was like, wow, they actually want to fight us 2v2. Like, that's kind of dumb. So yeah, we ended up playing against them, and I think we're better in lane, and we also had the better matchup, in my opinion, because Cog is kind of weak early. And I was ahead by like 50 or 60 CS the whole game.
Yeah, I actually have a curiosity out from you. Speaking of Kog'Maw lanes, when I typically see him paired with a guy like Nami. Nami's been kind of coming back. I know she wasn't in this game, but like, why is it that Nami's kind of coming back in a competitive?
Nami is very, very good, especially with the lifesteal nerf runes. They got nerfed, so sustain is much more important. Plus, Nami also has 2 knockups for Yasuo, so you can also run that comp as well. And in lane, Nami is pretty much a lane dominator. As you see SKT run Vayne Nami as well, and it just crushes lane. And it's also really good for Kog'Maw, and he doesn't have to run lifesteal runes. He can just run full attack speed, which I think what Turtle ran that game, but they didn't have sustain. And yeah, but they should have probably picked Nami that game instead of playing Leona, where they go all in with Kog'Maw, who's just immobile, range carry, and you can't really back up your support when he goes in.
Yeah. And you guys punished that a little bit in the middle of the game. It looked like a close game as far as the gold is concerned, with Darius getting a few kills top, you being ahead in CS and bottom lane. Let's actually pull up this clip. It was a mid-game team fight. You guys did the cow ball combo. Talk me through when you saw this play and how you executed it.
I think LeBlanc was coming from bottom right now, and I was like, Link, you got ball, I have flash, let's do this. And he was like, okay, man, here you go. And yeah, we just did the cow delivery ball system.
All right, let's get right into this clip. I mean, there's also a couple nice plays here. Doublelift, you just dodged a glitter lance with the flash in the last second as well.
Oh, I do like a sideways culling too. I'm pretty bad at this game, to be honest. I just got carried right here by Afro and Link. They're too good at the game. And I just want to point out that the only reason Cog didn't flash, look at that. That was the worst culling of my life. Just like, please end the clip right there.
But then you flashed the glitter lance.
Too easy, dude. Yeah, I knew he was going to turn around and throw it at some point, but what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I was going to say Dexter, previously, like probably a minute or 2 minutes before that, he said, I'm going to flash Cocoon Cog. And I was like, this is a good idea because the worst case scenario is Cog blows flash for your flash, and that's a win. And the best case scenario is your Cocoon lands and he just dies instantly. And I was like, Turtle actually has enough extra time to just flash the flash Cocoon. But I was like, his flash is down now. We're going to win the next fight 100%. So props to Dexter for making that play.
That was really good. I like that. So one thing we actually mentioned is how you were getting ahead. Your mid-game farm is gigantic. Even though the lane was like plus 15 CS or something, you had this period of time where you just kind of sat there farming the bot lane, like kind of by yourself. How did you keep the lane to where you're getting farm and Cog wasn't?
After I take tower, you can set the lane up so that it's pushing towards you because like your wave smashes their tower and then there's the pull. Like there's always the reverse. And we were smashing lane really hard right then because I think we had like a 3 or 4 man dive coming, and then Turtle just kind of like backed off and did wolves or white. And then Cog is actually super weak early. He went mid lane to try to pick up some farm, but then Bjergsen's probably like, that's my farm. And so I think he was just jungling for a long time, and I was just sitting there like, when's he going to come lane against me? Which he can't really do. So I think I picked up like probably 20 or 30 CS before pressure kind of spilled over to other lanes, and I was like, okay, it's time to push and go mid.
All right, well, you guys looked very impressive in this game over TSM, but last week wasn't necessarily that good for you guys. You went 2-2. What did you guys do in the time between last week and this week to improve and try to look better?
I think we changed roles in the team, and for some reason I was doing picks at the start when I was really confused and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, what should we pick here, guys? And then we swapped it back for last split where Link was doing draft in charge of that stuff, and I was just doing win conditions and then objective calls and stuff like that. And we just changed it back, so it's going a lot better now. And we also don't have like crappy picks in scrims where scrims are like a waste of time. So.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, it's good as well. Actually, one real quick final question as well. Speaking of the team gelling better, how's Seraph doing with you guys? Is he
he's doing really good. His English is improving at an alarming rate. It's very, very good. And he usually understands everything we say.
That's awesome. Well, guys, congratulations on your win. We'll see you tomorrow as well for hopefully another one. Well, guys, don't go anywhere. We're coming back with more games. After the break, Complexity will face off against Evil Geniuses, who are on the hunt for their first win of the split. The North American LCS returns after this.
Bye. Please. Do I go or wilding on top?
Oh, actually, Seraph's going to have to take this quite hard with the dominance on. Gets shrunken out. Darius could have shield coming up soon. Gets the slow on. Dexter getting an auto attack. He's going to go down. So is Seraph.
Not going to be that effective.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. The ball delivery system. There it is. They get it there by 10 a.m. guaranteed.
Courtesy of Afro move. And Bjergsen gets the rest out before the fight even starts.
Perfectly done on the LeBlanc. That's why you see a lot of people going for the LeBlanc. Oh, he gets it. Welcome back, and you are just in time for our next matchup, Complexity versus Evil Geniuses. And Kobe, EG have had a slow start to the split, to say the least, but a win here could give the team an important moral boost.
Yeah, they did start off pretty rough here. Part of that was due to a tough schedule, though, and the late addition of Altec. But there have been bright spots so far. I mean, Snoop had an epic Baron steal that got them on the way to a comeback. And Pobelter has been playing extremely well in the mid lane. However, teams have noticed this, and they've been focusing more pressure towards that mid lane versus the Evil Geniuses.
And meanwhile, Complexity, they're coming off an emotional win against the heavy favorites Cloud9 to end the week 1-3 for themselves.
But despite their early game lead, they nearly let Cloud9 retake the game, and they had a hard time closing it out, something that they've struggled with in the Challenger Series as well.
Yeah, that's very true. And today, they've got a new challenge as they take to the Rift without their mid lane shot caller. That's Prolly.
That's right. Taking over this week is ManCloud, who played with XEG in the spring split, and he can now be seen in the Challenger Series with Curse Academy.
That's indeed right.
This could be a big impact for Broken Shard as well, because it takes time to get that mid lane and jungler synergy built up. And Broken Shard is also a player that has benefited a lot from Prolly's leadership, specifically talking to him.
All right, and being new to the league, Complexity may be susceptible to the emotional highs and lows of playing in the LCS. And Evil Geniuses believe that is something they can take advantage of to get their first win of the split.
The Complexity Black we faced first getting into the LCS is a different form than what they have now. They share the same symptoms that they shared back then, and some of that we share. Very indecisive, rather inconsistent at times. They're a tad more emotional than us, so when they do well, they'll get a little overeager, or when they do poorly, it'll get into their heads.
Although they replaced Yellow Pete for Altec and Krepo haven't played long together, so they haven't built up a long-term synergy, and they're not always on the same page.
What's really good about EG now is that their two solos are very strong, but they're not consistent. So I'm definitely going to be looking to shut their two solos down. Specifically, I think I'm going to control their jungle, and through the jungle control, I'm going to branch out and start taking out their solos.
One thing we learned about Complexity Black before is that they're a little bit solo queue-esque. They're still knitting together as a team, and on LAN, because they don't have that much experience yet, they can go on tilt. So like you get a little bit of an advantage early, or like you pick off a key few members, then it might snowball, and the players go on a little bit of a tilt.
Broken Shard coming in with like a checkoff list. I'll take your mid lane, and then I'll take this, I'll take this. Once I control the jungle, I'm going to control everything.
It's good to have a plan.
I guess so. Let's check out the starting lineups and see how that plan works. On the blue side, it's Complexity. In the top lane is Westrice. Jungle is Broken Shard. Mid lane is ManCloud this week. Robert X lead 80 carry, and Bubba Dub on support.
And on the red side, it's Evil Geniuses. Up top, NACS. In the jungle, Snoop. Mid, Pobelter. ID carry, Altec, and supporting Krepo.
So NACS has actually been playing quite well for himself. Pobelter as well, off and on. Snoopy's had his highlights, but EG needs them to come together. And literally both teams need that to come together this week. Knowing that they aren't the strongest teams in the league and they only play each other 4 times, these wins mean a lot.
They have had success against a lot of challenger teams, though, and Complexity are very fresh to the LCS.
Right.
They're still pretty much a challenger team. And bringing in ManCloud shifts up everything once again for Complexity. So, you know, this bout is pretty close.
Like you said, Broken Shard taking a little bit of direction from Prolly. I feel like somewhat of what UG said, that it's a bit of a solo queue style play, but I almost think that benefits having kind of a sub on your team where everybody knows that you can still do your own thing. And then once you get into the team fights, hopefully everything meshes, because we see teams like Cloud9, old teams like Gambit, when they were just 5 tight players, the team fights can mean the game, even if laning phase went wrong.
Yeah, it could mean everything. And talking about preparation and everyone being on the same page, they've got printed out sheets there for EG. I believe those are pick band sheets.
Getting ready for it. Krepo's going to make people happy this week for the Fantasy League.
Oh, yeah?
He said. He
He's
says everybody
vouching
he has
for
to
him?
tweet everybody sorry. Well, I'm giving him a little boost.
Okay.
We'll see. No vouching.
Do you have him?
No.
Okay.
But I'm sure a lot of people do. EG does have that fan base. There are people behind him. Complexity growing. Another one is again coming out of Challenger with quite the fan base to start. And right now, those fans are going to be voting on who they think will win as we head into picks and bans for your second game of the day, Complexity versus Evil Geniuses. You're going to see what these guys have for the Mind games before they get to the Rift games. Quick bans, one to the jungle, a few to the mid lane. And Jax, he's been seeing some play back and forth. NACS on those carry top laners, though, and Westrice. Just not something that the teams want to see this game.
Yeah, interesting matchup here from the top laners, because both of them not afraid to take any trades 1 versus 1. We'll have to see if they actually end up meeting 1 versus 1. The very, very popular Shyvana is still available.
Yeah, she's going through this week.
Jack's already being taken off the board. Shyvana extremely strong right now just because she works so well with teleport. You know, being able to jump and have a speed boost when you do come into the teleport kind of takes away that weakness where your tank is joining the fight a little bit late, just because she can cover so much distance when she gets there.
Wow. Besides the Shyvana pick, pretty much going same as last game. Lucian gets himself 2 first picks on the second week of LCS play here in the summer. Robert X. Lee having the triple last time on that, getting red and blue buff in the bottom lane to snowball over Cloud9, so they're trying to replicate a little bit of that. I don't know if they'll get the triple, but Robert has been one of the better AD carries we've been seeing around.
Yeah, this bottom lane I think is going to determine a lot, because as you're saying, Complexity, one of their biggest strengths has been the bottom lane with Robert X. Lee, and Altec has not been doing that well in the laning phase. So if Complexity are able to snowball that bottom lane, then that could be their path to victory.
His fight phase, though, he's definitely racked up some kills in that. Altec does know how to position once you get out of that lane. Lulu and Shyvana picked up, as we were just saying. That could go anywhere. We just saw Divers playing Lulu in the top lane for one of the first times we saw in the LCS. And Man Cloud is going to grab Bubba Dub on the Morgana. Just the possibility to get kills in the bottom lane. You're going to hit 1 or 2 Dark Bindings. And if you can get Robert that advantage, you'll get the win.
So they have that combo too locked in with both Elise and Morgana, that Cloud9 extremely long duration CC skill shot combo. If they both go cooldown reduction, it could be a nightmare in the end game for Evil Genius's front line.
Well, we always know Crepo tries to take Morgana and run super cooldown. That's a big play from him.
Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses looking pretty beefy with their first 2 picks. Support or mid lane Lulu. If she does go mid lane, then they really do need a hard carry from Altec and maybe a little bit of damage from the jungle as well. Let's see what Snoop ends up going with. I guess they leave it for the last pick here.
Yeah, interesting.
Altec's loving this Corki, by the way. The mixed damage, pretty big mid-game spike, especially once he completes his Trinity Force.
I like seeing it different too, because Sneaky likes to play it with the Zerka Greaves. You see Altec and other guys playing it with the Sork Boots. Each to his own.
Depends on how you're fighting with Corki. If you're getting off more auto attacks in the fights, or you're shoving a lot more, the Zerka Greaves definitely pay off. But a lot of the poke and the harass is magic damage, and you get a really big boost in damage from Sork Shoes. Yeah, never-ending debate. So, late poke locked in here for Complexity. They've got very strong skill shots on their team.
Wow. Been a while since Man Cloud brought out the Nidalee for us in the LCS. Always loving the long-range poke. Remember Mount Zareth on Lux on all of the long range, but it'll be Nidalee this game.
That puts a lot of pressure on good Shyvana ultis. You have to flank around from the back or get a weird angle where they don't see you coming in order to get into the middle of the team for the Lulu knockup, because Thresh is not a reliable engage for this EG team. They don't really have a very strong range engage for Evil Geniuses to get to that Nidalee besides the Shyvana. So it's going to be important Shyvana Lulu interactions. Okay, now locking in Kha'Zix, they have one more option. He can get in there invisible, but still, it is going to be a lot.
That's a tough team to jump into.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of emphasis on that first Lulu ulti.
Hard enough getting to an AD carry, but when you have Soul Shackles locked onto that cocoon, you're running into, if Westrice hasn't already teleported into the middle of your fight, burning agony constantly. Robert X. Lee, we'll see what he can do versus Altec. We'll see if they even get matched up in these lanes. We usually see EG try to go for that separately in the 2v2. So they go for the 2v none, as it is right now. So as the teams take to the Rift, let's check the fan vote over at LOLesports.com, where 54% of you are calling the game for Complexity's side.
And as always, do not forget to continue voting on Twitter by sending your pick to either hashtag COLWin or hashtag EGWin at LOL Esports.
So EG saying that they're going to use somewhat of Complexity's time not on the LCS stage in this best of one environment, but they've been challenger. Accordingly, across the board, these guys, most of them have been on the LCS stage, so they somewhat know it. So they're going to have to attack ManCloud in the mid lane. Something they may be able to do is kind of get him to fall where he was towards the end of the split with XDG. Wasn't having the best style of play. They were able to kind of shut down the jungler connection with him, and then it was almost done from there.
Yeah, last time ManCloud got a new jungler switching Smithy and Zuna. Didn't work out for the beginning. So we'll have to see how he jumps into a whole new team this time around. I mean, you can't really say, hey, ManCloud, play like Prawley. Just be Prawley, be our shot caller. Like, when Cloud9 take Link, they're like, okay, just play like High, be our shot caller. And they're like, okay, kind of works.
All right.
You can't do that with Prawley. Prawley's crazy. Nobody could just be Prawley. You can't just play like Prawley.
Yeah.
So.
And then what do? Pick super safe. You can't get LeBlanc in there to get yourself safe. Remember Alex Ish saying, I think it was on LeBlanc in Italy, he's like, I hate playing against them because you can't kill them. They're always so safe. So put ManCloud on that. Let him do his own thing in mid lane and stay safe. Gonna get into the game. Got some Astro Nautilus shirts represented in the crowd. Pretty great. Love all the league stuff. And everybody here to rep the game, shouting for their favorite teams. Complexity versus EG is our second game of the day. We're out of the base.
All right, let's see. Defensive starts from everybody, as well as normal lane lineups.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be. I'm excited about that. Got a lot of good fights today. A lot of good matchups.
We'll see how this Thresh and Morgana matchup does end up working out. It's always interesting. Timing on those black shields. A little bit slightly lower cooldown on Thresh Hook. If just one binding lands, it could be a lot of damage follow up there. So Krepo's got to be quick on his feet, and it also means that side lane bush control very important.
Slow waiting. Vote going back and forth just a little bit as teams set up. Another game where it looks like we'll actually have regular starts in the jungle. Nobody's going to be invading on this one. You should always be in the lane bully, like you said. EG's going to have a hard time coming up on this one, but Robert could have the chance to go into the top lane here.
Yeah, definitely going to be a late invade here from Complexity.
They choose it.
See if they walk right through Inox. It looks like they're trying to counter invade, actually. This is the common ledge to stand on. Expecting a swap from EG. There is no swap, though, from EG. They are very confident going with their bottom lane, running into 2 versus 2 situations. So Complexity are the ones who pull the swap going up top. Now, this is not bad for them. They do have a Spell Thief's Edge on Morgana, which will help harassing that turret down if they want to push it down. If they don't want to push it down, though, actually hurts his gold generation because he won't be able to get procs on any opponent since nobody's going to be there, 2 versus 0. And you won't want to get too many on the turret because they're trying to leave it up to deny minion waves.
Almost doesn't work out right away. We'll see how they factor in a little bit of that. So far, free farming isn't that hard, so they should be good for the time being. Help here onto the red buff. We see coming in for Broken Shard and Westrice. Inox was a little bit off of Snoopy taking that on. Inox didn't think that it was going to be Robert actually in Bubba Dub, so he's still level 1, kind of huffing around the jungle as Snoopy already got 2. Slow rolling here, but it's going to be impact plays now. The red and the blue buff adorned onto Snoopy. We'll see if he can get any kills. He's heading towards the white. See what he can do for the mid lane. ManCloud staying 10-13 as Pobelter isn't trying to do anything crazy. Oh, there he goes. He's Glitter Lancing. He's just waiting for the right time.
Yeah, Lulu definitely has the advantage early on Italy, shoving her in at the weak points where he has no wave clear. It also means you have to worry about early jungle invades because Nidalee will constantly be pushed into a turret. Pretty much both top laners, though, just going with the scavenger-style jungling, picking up scraps.
Damage going ever so slowly to the turrets, but this is good play here from EG. Something we usually don't see is they say, you know what, our bottom side of the jungle was empty. Yours probably isn't. So now both of them are just hovering around Complexity's jungle. This may shut down Broken Shard a bit, but they almost have the same idea. All the way in the top side, Broken Shard.
Very even starts here for both teams. Pretty much mirrored up until this point, where EG decided to go mid, and Complexity decided to go top.
Gotta stay safe. Man, Cloud's saying they show me a little bit of love mid. Both summoners blown there. We'll see how Complexity reacts to this, because now it's their turn to make a move, and it looks like got seen by the ward. So EG Pobelter privy to that situation, stays safe. Westrice and Inox, or rather Snoopy and Inox, stay in the jungle together. Slow game.
Yeah, Inox on that Shyvana can actually split up from Snoopy. Take camps himself. Decent AoE. Westrice and Broken Shard, though, together for life.
Second Doran's coming in for Inox, so it looks like he actually has the idea to stay and keep farming, keep himself safe. Gets a little bit of HP on that buy, as long as some damage.
Have to say, the extended jungling, too, pretty good for Westrice on that Mundo. Doesn't have to worry about his super early squishy phase. If he does try and hold a 2 versus 1, he's got to worry about getting tower dove.
That level 5
If he gets
die.
a 1 versus 1 with Shyvana, then she has the advantage early. So this extended double jungling is probably the best scenario for Westrice. The ganks, not quite as successful, but back to the jungle with you two.
So as an AD carry in this situation, since you don't see pressure, when is the right time to go back? Since you kind of just left alone, huh?
No, you just need to control the wave as long as possible. Don't have to rush back. You got to wait for the opening when the other team decides to go for that lane swap.
See Robert X. Lee, no pressure to go back, as you say. Farming in the face of Inox without too much vision, actually. Nothing underneath him, so he's pretty far out for this time. Looks like he's going to get this wave and actually still keep pushing up.
He doesn't have any vision, though.
No.
Snoopy coming around.
Very scary situation for an AD carry.
He's got both summoners, though.
It's okay.
Should be able to handle himself.
Use him to live.
Snoopy's getting in behind him, though.
He's going to have to use that lifeline. He does have the minion wave. Snoopy making it through. A little jazzed up there on the minions. That was very well played by Robert X. Lee, except for that part. But then it was good. But no, great play by both guys. Robert X. Lee kind of do-si-doing around the minions, so can't get a good void spike off there. And looks like we're back to still no kills. 6.5 minutes in. Robert decides to wait for the minion wave to come to him in the top lane, and ManCloud just hitting 6. Takes a nice chunk of Glitter Lance there from Pobelter. 44 to 41, so even pressure up to the turret. ManCloud's been doing well here.
Yeah, he's farming very well under his turret so far. Hasn't even fallen behind Lulu. So very good start for them. Now, though, as we approach the 7 minutes, we start worrying about secondary buff spawn, the second blue buff. Blue buff, very important for this Complexity team. Nidalee poke teams really want to start with an early lead because Nidalee's power comes from throwing spears. Uh-oh, Krepo does get bound.
That's a close one. Yeah, the Black Shield's still there. Nice hit by Pobelter.
The Nidalee poke teams. Yeah. Let's see if we can get the blue buff. Oh, gets in there for the smite. Snoopy flashes for it.
Go get it. He's running. Snoopy trying to put on the blue suede shoes to get out of this. He's got a pink there. It's going to be Pobelter. Snoopy steals Baron last game. He'll take blue buff for now.
The hero steal there from Snoopy, risking everything for it. I said it was important, but it's not worth dying for. He gets it and gets out. Great play there from Snoopy, able to deny that blue buff and slow down that Nidalee snowball. She really wants to be able to siege up throw spears offensively. She doesn't have good wave clear, so if they get behind early, then it's very hard for the Nidalee teams to come back.
Hopefully it doesn't crumble into a Snoopy needs flash situation, but right now definitely playing into their favor. That was ManCloud and Broken Shard thinking they had the upper hand until the cavalry of Altec and Krepo alive. Just splitting the D there, tries to get a quick hook through the turret. Altec, 400 damage there, not too shabby. Still waiting for level 6 on the AD carry there. And level 4 for Krepo. He's actually 2 levels behind in that bottom lane.
They've also been able to defend their own blue buff, so this is not going to turn into a blue buff trade EG pretty much got out scot-free.
Yep.
See if they can make anything happen with this pressure mid. Taking advantage of that no wave clear in Italy, and they do get the early turret. It's going to open up a lot of the jungle for them.
Great play there. I think Broken Shard was getting red, but no other defense on the mid lane. They're all kind of melee, wouldn't have anything to do with it anyways. Good pressure by Evil Geniuses to start, taking a bit of control. 1,000 gold on the board for them in the lead, and they are starting to just do little bits of pressure that they thought Complexity wouldn't. So far, they're right.
Yeah. Taking some risks. They did pay off. They also have okay ward coverage around the river.
Yep.
See any moves from Broken Shard. One of the things about Complexity is that when they do get behind, especially Broken Shard tries to make a lot of risky plays to catch them back up. So if you have vision control versus Complexity, you can take advantage of their willingness to go for risky plays, and you can just snowball your lead so that they don't have any chance of coming back.
This does not look like fun. Level 7 to level 5, now 6. Westrice gets a lot of safety with that level up, puts it right in the ultimate. Looks like he'll find a little bit of pressure here coming from Snoopy. Remember, Snoopy's flash is down, so they don't have much crowd control or to anything to stick with Westrice for the ults.
And now Westrice got to worry about that tower dive. There was no flash for Snoopy. Right. He said might be a factor later. Westrice has his ulti, but really, his ulti just puts him lower when he casts it. So if he does that under his turret, might make it easier for EG to go through with this tower dive. They don't have deep wards though, so counter gank they have to worry about. Actually calling up Pobelter just to make sure they will have the numbers.
Oh, looks like it's going to be ManCloud just on the edge of this one as well. Pobelter walks into the fight. All the players are present. Broken Shard goes up on the rappel. He's going to be all right with just a little bit of HP. Comes down, goes down. Pobelter is Sliver as well. The blue buff to be transferred over. He gets the flame breath. Gets him down. They get the shred on him as well. ManCloud gets the pounce, gets the kill. Can he get the heal out? Going for one surge. It'll keep him alive. He's got the potion going. The red buff is there, but he can't get anything to match what he needs. Crepo doing what he can in a 2v1 situation. Bubba Dub. Watch out on that micro. The turret goes very low to 300 HP, and Crepo in a 2v1 holds it off. EG aggressive on the map. Coming up pretty big.
Very good dive there from EG. They don't focus Westrice. As soon as they see the squishier members show up, Broken Shard on the front side, they target him instead, and they take him out of the fight.
Oh, very nicely done. Hook to the back line. There's NACS coming in the teleport. Robert actually didn't even expect it, and EG has just turned on the afterburners.
Back-to-back amazing moves from NACS. Up top in the tower dive, he did something extremely smart. When Broken Shard repels up into the sky, he's untargetable, but he can still take AoE damage. So NACS ults and leaves the burning trail under the spot where Broken Shard was. So by the time he comes down, he already dies to the burning fire. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at this replay here. Because NACS, they immediately focus Broken Shard. He jumps up, he leaves the fire trail there. So this whole time, Broken Shard's burning, boom. As soon as he comes down, he's out. And the red buff allows Broken Shard to slow Westrice and screen for Pobelter. Even though he does end up going down here, the teleport later down to the bottom lane as well. So back-to-back plays on both sides of the map for NACS. Pobelter just wants to get a little more fantasy points by taking the kill instead of an assist.
So close to being able, almost got himself killed with that turret shot as well.
Uh-oh, Crepo face checks.
Just a little bit. Broken Shard's gonna have to move out of that one. They'll be safe for now. NACS very big in this game at level 9 in the top lane. Pobelter's 9 as well. Those two the highest in the game, so they know they can control situations like this.
I don't know. It's going to be pretty hard for Complexity to control NACS Shyvana as well.
Right.
He's getting to be a very strong splitless threat. Already Cutlass completed. We're looking for a blade build.
Oh, Pobelter a little too far ahead. Ultimate's being used to get himself out. So a bit of an error there, but EG rather has time to work with, if you will. They can make a few errors and they'll still be all right.
The thing is, they're sending Shyvana top right now. He has no teleport for NACS since he just used it bottom. They're pretty much deciding to give away Dragon in favor of getting that large creep wave that is up top. So everybody just spreads out now. because they have consciously made this decision to give up Dragon, they don't waste anyone else's time by standing around it. They get the top lane wave, they get some jungle camps, they get mid lane wave as well. So they make up a lot of that golden experience by everyone farming it for themselves.
Right, good situation of knowing when you're ahead and what can go to the wayside. NACS in the top lane, like you said, teleport down. So he's looking to spend some time up there. See Westrice in just a few minutes as they're hovering towards the top side of the map. Ward coverage trying to be put down here, keeping safe Altec and Krepo in the bottom lane. ManCloud picks up the buffs. Looks like they're going to give that over to Pobelter quite soon. So back to being aggressive. Mid laners back to trying to kill each other. Exactly what we like.
ManCloud going to be very happy with the respawn blue buff there. He is definitely down in items though. Spear's going to be less impactful than he would
and
want.
CS. Tries for the kill. Krepo always one in the lane to be aggressive. And
yeah, now sometimes you want to throw out those hooks even when it won't result in much. In that instance, even if that hook did land, it would just be a slightly favorable trade as far as damage in lane is concerned. But really what you're gaining is information on how your opponent likes to dodge. So you send out a couple of those hooks to figure out if there's any patterns with your opponent, and it allows you to predict for when the crucial hook does come around. That will actually result in summer spells and kills. You'll be able to more frequently land of those important ones.
It's almost like learning while you play. Gotta figure
it's like
it out.
poker. You gotta get down, is this guy a bluffer? Yeah. Is he a very aggressive player?
Figure out how they're gonna move. You just stare him straight in the eye and miss anyways. Coming up on 16 minutes, still a bit of a gold lead here for EG, but this is the part of the game where teams start to slow down. Everybody kind of is not in chaos here, but they're trying to push themselves into a situation where they'll continue their lead. EG is completely spread out across the map, which is not bad, but they're not really giving themselves a chance to move forward with anything.
Yeah, and really up in that top lane, EG, Inox can't do a whole lot. He can't go super aggressive and push his lead because they don't have vision. If they want to take advantage of that, then they need more vision. Snoopy jumps in bottom.
Pobelter going down to the bottom lane. It's going to be a lot of dead Complexity members. Broken Shard tries to stay, give Robert X. Lee the benefit and get him out safe, but it does not look like they'll be able to clean up too much. Whoa, wait a minute. This little pinch move coming in here from Complexity could have a very good result, but maybe not. Washed out goes Robert X. Lee. Bubadub goes down. Krepo gets hit. The cleaver to the backside, and Complexity is trying to find solace under the turret. Inox goes in hard. He is 2-1-3 right now. He's big, but he may be bigger than he thinks he is. Going into this, dodging out the spear. ManCloud picks it up, and with the blue buff that ManCloud has, oh, Snoopy! The cleaver hits Inox. No pie to the face for the back line. And they are all so low as they limp away from the fight. Inox just ducking out on that one. Scratching his head as well. They get out of this safely, but both teams testing each other to the max.
What a ridiculous bot lane. I guess we can call that a fight.
Scrap.
That was a brawl for sure.
Scrap.
Random projectiles flying all over the screen for the next 5 minutes here. So it starts off a good dive by EG. They get pretty deep here though, and they aren't able to get Robert because of the flash, zoning him out. Once Mandatory Cloud lands his spear, he arrives with the blue buff. It gets dangerous because Westrice teleports in first, and a good cocoon from Broken Shard is able to lock up Snoopy. They don't finish him, but they do draw in 2 members of EG, get him low enough to get picked off.
That was a hungry fight. That was a lot of blind movement. After everybody got into that brush, they're like, let's just keep going. I'm tunneled. We're going into this fight. 8-3 now with 18 minutes on the clock. Teams are trying to get everything they can out of these fights, and it shows. 4,000 gold in the lead as Complexity picks up their map control. People loving it. And it looks like 2 turrets are the favor of EG as well, so the map that much more closed down. Just being opened up like a present for EG.
Towards the mid-game here, too. They can really rely on this Inox split push. His teleport's up now. His Blade of the Ruin King is completed. He is a very fearsome top lane force over there. And the rest of the team is very secure with their 4 versus 4 situation because they have Thresh and Lulu, 2 very strong supports for the disengage if they need it. that can supplement the power of this jungle Kha'Zix.
Ruh-roh, Westrice getting caught out. Not really seeing a ward over there as well. Looks like it was actually swept during the situation, so he was trying to give the team cover, but an unfortunate situation gives the domino effect to Complexity members here, and now 2 have fallen just for that.
Yeah, Complexity looking a little disoriented there. Catching out Westrice all by his lonesome from Evil Geniuses from the mid lane here, and nobody collapses really. Mundo's doing his tanking while no damage is being dealt. And it's going to spell bad things for your team.
EG keeping themselves in the position they need to take advantage of what they said in the beginning of the game. Complexity may not be ready for LCS games on the stage, especially with a new mid laner. So you catch them off guard. You catch one person off on the side. The calls aren't there for Complexity right now, and EG's going right through to those calls.
Yeah, their lack of Prawley in the mid lane, the main shot caller definitely hurting them now, showing through. See if they can actually turn it around though, because pretty big deficit to work back from here. It's pretty much turtle mode. They do have that random factor though. They've got so much power in skill shots. Elise Cocoon, Morgana Bindings, Nidalee Spears. If they can get consecutive skill shots to land, they can still turn this around.
See what they get on Dragon here.
Oh, there's one that's
that'll do.
Not going to help.
Now, very interesting here by Robert X League, because you've heard different things. We'll see if Westrice actually tries to fight this. You're getting the noodles out, no fight. Altec builds the Phage first, but Robert X League pieces together the Crystal and the Ability Tome, which don't really provide you much as you're going towards the Sheen. Do you piece that together, or do you go for the health and the damage?
Yeah, he really wants that mid-game burst of the Sheen damage. Like I was saying last game, it just helps out so much for these mid-game skirmishes. And Complexity are behind right now. They really need something to help them turn around a mid-game fight so they can get back in.
So still piece it together.
Burst of damage from that Sheen. He needs it as soon as possible, even though he can just get those pieces. He wants to be able to complete it.
Right on, we see the top left, Westrice's teleport is down. That was canceled out by NACS. It's a great job. It's really shutting down Westrice. 155 to 105 in that lane, looking down to the mid now, 181 to 148 in creep score. So really great job by the solo lanes, and really the people, if you'd say EG, you've been looking at Pole Belter and NACS. Those solo lanes have been doing a lot for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and Snoopit has not died this time around. With Kha'Zix, it's always nice to be able to have a Lulu to work with, because Kha'Zix really loves getting into the mid lane or into the melee, and he builds damage early, so he needs something else to use for his defenses. Lulu shields and ultis are just what the doctor ordered for him.
NACS, one last breath on his turret, saves it from going down for now. Keeps the push going, so he'll be able to farm pretty nicely here as long as he wants. And EG's in control of the game. Like we said, they have some time to allow errors, allow some things to happen, but it's not on their plate. They're looking to close this one out. Our previous game ended only 7 minutes from now. Just imagine that.
Oh, Westrice.
Huzzah! That's the box as well. You might be able to get out. There's a bump. There's a few more. He's not getting out. They set a fire under his feet. He's not able to get very far. Altec joins the party with the Thresh Express Lantern, and it looks like they're going to be getting a turret out of this one. Once again, one person's been taken out in a row.
Yeah, you really got to be careful when you're this far behind and the entire map is being controlled by your opponents. Venturing into your own jungle, it's not really your own jungle. Especially when you don't have vision of that top side.
You no longer have the deed.
You can definitely commend Complexity for their defensive vision on their red side, but all that it takes is blue side 1 kill turret, and they immediately move right over to Baron. This is EG going for the killing blow here once they get Baron.
That is a dark vision on Baron. ManCloud's going to swipe it down in Cougar form. And EG with great breadcrumb wards along their backside. Keeps them safe. The teleport to the bottom lane. It's kind of everything's just falling into place for EG right now when they need it to.
Even able to teleport up to that bottom lane so that they don't lose turret out in exchange. They really didn't even have to trade anything for that Baron.
Almost free. Nothing is free though, ever.
Inox pretty beefy now as well. Both of the melee damage sources are transitioning into tank builds. It's going to be very hard for Complexity. Even if they do land consecutive skill shots, these guys are tanky enough now that they can survive it. And there's been a Mikhail's added to get the first recipient of a CC.
Right. Not only did EG kind of make the solo lanes go well, Alltech got out of laning phase at 0, 0, and 4. And if these fight phase go as they have for him, he's going to be getting 4 or 5 kills before the end of the game.
He has been shining in the team fights, so EG are pretty much at the exact spot they wanted to be. Looking pretty strong.
Like we said, all these games today will even the teams out. I believe if EG wins this one, they even up with Complexity. Each game is like that today that we have. Somebody can even it out. We'll have to see if EG will be able to. They're looking pretty good so far. Mikhail's Crucible fixed up as well, so even more safety if Pobelter's Wild Growth does not get enough pressure down to help the disengage. 1:30 left on Dragon. There's not going to be a teleport for that, at least for NACS. So we'll see what he does. The team, again, on the top side of the jungle. Ooh. The Vision Wars going down. Smart by Complexity to kind of not engage.
That ward barely on the other side here from the pink. Not going to be seen by EG. So, Complexity get a little knowledge, but they can't do anything with it. So really, they're just looking to hold on to these turrets.
Yep.
See if they can do it. It's going to have to be multiple Nidalee Spears onto Alltech specifically.
Oh! Tried to get it in the death of the minion, Crepo. A little sneak games with his death sentence there. Seen by ManCloud, he knows. As you can see, ManCloud playing the Fog of War games with Spears at the moment. Snoopy getting caught out here. I like the way Snoopy's kind of built up. He's got one giant spell and the Negatron cloak, because piecing together everything they'll keep him alive.
Yeah, you can see there, even though he gets hit up by the CC and consecutive spear, one shield from Lulu. And it means nothing.
Crepo eating that one to the face. He should be all right, though. Pretty well. He's got the Kindle Gem, actually, for a bit more of the HP. Okay, second one, that's a little too much. See if the third one gets in there. Level 13s and 15s on the side of EG right now. There are no 15s or even 14s for Complexity, so they are really on the back foot.
And Broken Shard's been kind of behind most of this game.
Yeah.
He's built fully defensively here, yet he's still extremely squishy.
Even cooldown, yeah.
So yeah, it's a pretty rough game for him. He is trying to go team-oriented though. Gets the aura, magic resist aura for the rest of his team. Trying to help out everybody.
All about EG's ability now to close out the game. Looking very good in gold. Awesome in kills right now. 5-2 in turrets. Probably use a little bit more. The bottom one is easily focused if they can get these minion waves down. They got about a minute left on Baron, +3 for the respawn. So they got time to work with.
And they laid a lot of vision down here in the blue side jungle that is getting swept out by Complexity. So Complexity, look how scary this has got to be though. They don't see anyone on the map while they're clearing out this vision. So dangerous to do. Got to be able to time those recalls though. One of the biggest things in the game is being able to extrapolate the small amount of information that you get and figure out where people are going to be for the next 30 seconds. You just saw him recalling from bottom. Don't have to be worried that he's in your blue side jungle at your river until about 40 more seconds.
I like that. Gauge the time of where someone is in 30 seconds. It's a good rule of thumb. 27.5. Let's see if Pobelter and Crepo in the bottom lane gauge how much time they have down here. They do have Alltech. He's roaming a little slow. He won't be going over any wards, but this is where EG can also get themselves into a scary spot when they're trying to catch up with each other and not everything's formulated just yet. They're not that far ahead of the game. Something can still go wrong.
Everything going right for EG right now. They're just relying on split push Shyvana. As we said, teleport is ready. The rest of the team easily taking out the bottom turret before Complexity are able to get down there. Now though, comes the hardest egg to crack. The inhibitor turret line.
Yeah. It's kind of nice. They don't, all they have is really Lucian calling to clear out a wave. So once they get their poke in there, they got Corki and Lulu.
Yeah, it's slow work for EG. Getting up into this inhibitor inhibitor line here. We'll see if they can actually make something happen in the next minute. If they don't, in the next maybe 45 seconds or so, then they'll probably make the call just to control, again, the vision around blue side so they can take the next Baron easily. If they go and spend their time right now to clear out Complexity's wards through the blue side jungle that will lead up to Baron, then they can easily force Complexity into one of those very scary situations where they have no vision and they are worried about giving up the free Barons, forcing them to face check.
And look at, we can see Complexity trying to put together the binding in the cocoon, but never a follow-up. So now EG's waiting for it. Once again, they'll have wards in place. However, once it happens the other way, Obelts are taking some damage there, but Broken Shard's forced into repel immediately.
Another one lands.
Lots being used for Complexity not to fully engage here. They want some breathing room, and it looks like they're going to get it. Whoa! I think that would have been the one.
NACS still holding on to his teleport, too. Didn't decide to blow it there. EG playing it cool.
Calling down West Rice. Snoopy's going to be forced to back off here. Snoopy low on mana, Pobelt are low on health, so is Crepo. Be very dangerous to keep toying with this situation. You can see EG backing now in the bottom lane. 11 seconds on Baron. Really timing everything once again for EG to be in position. They are 30 minutes coming up on the clock. Very careful. Complexity feels like they have it. Well, they do have a pink ward above them. There we go. Just seeing it on the mini map. They are safe. Looks like Broken Shard will stay with Robert. Just for a little extra safety.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah. It's always been kind of an EG game though, right? Slow and steady.
It has. These players, there's only 2 of them left now, but both Snoop and Crepo have no problem.
That initial strategy still lives strong.
This time, though, they're actually on the upper hand. Usually when they're playing these long games, it was them defending their turrets.
Setting up a garrison in each wall of the base.
This time they're sieging up. Trying to win this war, though, is actually dangerous. So many skill shots hitting here. 1, 2, 3, he lands.
It's exactly what you want as in Italy, just to be able to huff spears into the entire team. Snoopy looking very big, but he's just eating the calling for breakfast. NACS now in the front line. They're not even taking damage practically, sharing it across each other perfectly. Snoopy back into the fight in a 3v1 as he's quickly out of that with the second invisibility. And it looks like they're going to be able to run through this one very nicely. A good try by Broken Shard to find his target, but Evil Geniuses goes through the batting order and finds their target even better.
Let's see what ManCloud can do. It's pretty much up to him. If he can land a couple spears, maybe try and scare them off Baron. It is such a risky mission, though. This is ridiculously rough for ManCloud here. Just straight up face checking into a 5-man Baron squad, hoping for a God Spear.
That would have been a Baron Steel Spear, but not too much going in the way of damage. Crepo blinking red, NACS blinking red. Pobelter gets hit right in the kisser. Robert actually goes down as he tries to turn and run. Very nice job. EG coming up again with Baron. Full domination over this game, and they're keeping it very nicely.
Yeah, that was just the desperation there from Complexity. Of course, can't really blame them for trying to pull something out here. Otherwise, they would just lose slowly. Take a look at that. NACS, though, coming in from the back. Able to arrive and just Shyvana ulti, Bubba Dub right back into the team. And they actually take him out. There we go.
Man.
Nobody goes down for EG, as we know, even in their follow-up Baron here. Broken does a good thing trying to go for Snoopy, but as we said, he built fully tank. The execute damage not there. He does not have the spell penetration to back it up.
Props to Crepo in these fights. Multiple times he's gotten out with pretty much sub 200, sub 100, but he's still on the outside throwing lanterns to the team for safety, knowing what needs to happen. Gets down some more wards, fully upgraded on his items as well. Gives himself a little bit of extra movement on the alacrity going into his mobility boots, so he's looking to make some things happen. They're looking to end this game quite soon, letting it go a little long. Now, is there potential to be worried for the team Complexity to come back here? They're not looking too late game.
Yeah, I mean, you can say there's always potential for comebacks, but it is low chance.
Low chance.
Say that. NACS, though, since he's actually gone second damage item here instead of stacking on just more armor, the tower dive might be a little bit more risky for EG. That being said, he is ridiculously strong, and he actually has the damage to 1 versus 1 anyone on this team, even under a turret. So not really a blessing there for Complexity. Evil Geniuses definitely can just return to the same strategy and push right in.
Looking around at all the armor, Robert X. Lee yet to finish that last Whisper. It'd be like shooting a brick wall for him right now as he goes up against NACS, even up against Snoopy, who's going to be right in his face. This is where ManCloud really can step up the game for the team. More spears, but EG in their face immediately, denying that space he needs to throw the spears, and they're going to try to engage. Snoopy instantly onto ManCloud, forcing Cougar form in the middle of the fight and out of the fight. Onto Broken Shard, no repel from him. Westrice is the next focus, and the EG comms must be going wild right now with Complexity names going down.
They just don't give you any time to throw out spears. No time to throw skill shots. Run up and obliterate the turret.
Right up in your face. Riot Shield there as well, present to be used. 34 minutes on the clock. Looks like they're going to be able to take down a second Nexus turret as Complexity tries to pepper EG out of the base. It's not going to be enough damage. Alltech going to 0 out Bubba Duff by himself. A little bit of the assist coming in on the side of Crepo. Robert X. Lee down on the fountain. Snoopy dumps it out alive. He grits his teeth as EG takes down Complexity, coming in at 34 minutes.
Big win for Complexity. I mean, for EG, right there, excuse me, against Complexity. It does bring them to tied there for a bottom spot for 7th, I guess. 7th and 8th for both of those guys. And those are the most important wins.
Yeah,
they're trying to get not only a win for themselves, but also a loss for Complexity, who's the team that they're trying to push under them in the standings.
Complexity, with a great start, dominated Cloud9. Were able to hold a great snowball. And now taking out Complexity obviously has to feel good. Fighting Cloud9 is a whole different hurdle. Nothing connects there. But still, for this to happen, a new leaf, or just a leaf in general, needed to be turned over here for EG because they were looking like they were gonna, history repeats itself for last split.
Well, they got a new young guy. They started out with Pobelter. Now adding Alltech in takes a little while to get used to it. But yeah, they have shown up pretty big in this game. Not much to say there. They definitely controlled the game all the way through and racked up a lot of points on the way to doing it.
Yeah, they did. Very nicely played. 5-1 and 11. Pobelter coming in. NACS 4-1 and 10. Those solo lanes going off. And Alltech, like you said, he only had the assists when he started, but he picked up 3 kills. 3, 0, and 9. Still had a great game, and we only talk about his struggling laning phase, but he knows how to get out of it.
And Inox on that Shyvana, what a beast. Got his lead over Westrice and never let it go.
It's got to feel good for him, too, because that was something he was kind of in the middle on. There was like a no man's land for him. They're like, yeah, you can kind of hit up some carries, but we need you to be a tank this game. But now he's providing both roles and initiating.
It's like, okay, I'll play Shyvana, but I'm building a Blade of the Ruined King and a Hydra.
Making sure it works. Snoopy as well, 2 times on Kha'Zix now, really playing great pressure games. Stole the Baron in that one game he had and put pressure enough to just take the blue away from ManCloud. Have the mind to hurt what could be the weak link sub coming in.
Yeah, that was a ballsy move.
It was. And he made it out.
Jumping in there
like,
for that blue steal, and he did pull it off, which was a pretty big turning point for them in that game, actually.
Alltech still loving Corki, kind of bringing that flavor back for everyone to be loving as well. A little different build whenever you need to, but he is coming out strong. I think his Corki pick a lot is for that laning safety that we always talk about. He doesn't have too good of a lane in. You give him a Thrashuk and Lantern, and you give him a Valkyrie to stay safe. He never died in lane.
Yeah, and we saw the mid-game teamfight power of Alltech on that Corki.
Right.
Especially after he started making his way towards that Trinity Force. Lots of burst and plenty of sustained damage as well.
Something to look at this game is how much of an integral part Prolly is for Complexity. How strong he makes that team. Those calls, having that camaraderie there with the team, and just kind of that jovial personality is very uplifting.
Yeah, they did look a little bit lost during this game.
They did. All right, for more on EG's win, let's send it over to Freak at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. We're joined by the bot lane duo of Evil Geniuses, Alltech, Crepo. Guys, congrats on the win. So let's start the game with Champ Select. They ended up putting together a pretty obvious poke comp. When did you guys sort of identify this, and how did you decide to play around it?
Well, we actually had the entire pick and ban phase, or at least the ban phase dropped on a piece of paper. So I'm like, yeah, we prepared for this. It's on the paper. We know what to do like this time. And yeah, well, once they started locking in all these poke champs, you generally know like the rest of them are gonna follow. And even then, if you didn't know, you can still identify that in game.
A poke comp, you can play different things into it. You just need to identify, one, if you're strong or not in a team fight. Like, if they go for an objective, they have to poke. We've made that mistake in the past, just trying to team fight with a poke comp and then you lose. So it's not as much as seeing it coming, it's just knowing how to play around it.
And you guys did really well. So speaking more of champ select, Altec, you've been playing a lot of Corki. You seem to be one of the only AD carries that keeps going back to him. Why is this a champion for you?
When Twitch and Lucian are banned, like those are like the top 2 ADs right now. So I'm generally more comfortable on just picking Corki when those 2 are picked or banned.
Is there something that he brings to a team that you have to work around?
He brings a lot of poke and wave clear. If we don't have wave clear, then Corki is a pretty good pick.
Okay. Crap, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, he had a little more wave clear than, say, a Graves would have, for example. I mean, Graves has to get a little closer to get that wave clear. He had a lot of safe wave clear. He's a little more mobile because his Valkyrie goes a little longer, and he can actually help burst the spell shields down. If you're looking to siege and they spell shield up, he can actually poke that down. I just like playing with his Corki. Goes really well most of the time. Better than his Kog'Maw so far.
What's the Kog'Maw stories?
Well, we just lost lane in solo queue. That's all.
Okay. So speaking of you guys playing together, of course, you guys have only been, I guess, playing together for now like barely more than a week here. How's the synergy going with you guys?
Yeah, Johnny, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. There are just some little communication errors that we tend to have not fixed yet, but overall, like in the next few weeks, it should be cleaned up.
Did your styles kind of initially mesh, or are you kind of working out how you want to play the lane together?
We're trying to work it out still, but it'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah, from my side, well, obviously last split we didn't have the greatest bot lane in the world, and even though we replaced Yellow Pleat, that doesn't mean that Yellow Pleat was the only problem. Clearly, there must be something I was doing wrong. So I'm just trying not to mold Altec in the second form, like saying like you need to do this, you need to do. I want him to just tell me you're screwing up, like you should do this differently, and it's working. Like we're just trying to give solutions to certain problems and see if we agree on the solution or not, and we're just trying to play as much as we can. He's still in school, so after his school hours, we try to do a queue as much as we can, and it's getting there. I'm getting more confident every week just in our laning ability.
Well, that's good to hear. So actually, speaking of your laning ability, you guys actually had a battle down in the bot lane under the turret. It's pretty hectic. If we can get
bot
the
lane party?
Yeah, it was a bit of a party, a brawl, as the casters called it. When you guys want to walk me through this interesting fight.
Well, it's like mid-game, so we're trying to open up on towers. So Snoopy initially called that he wants to roam down, I think, with Pobelter and Lul and just start sieging this tower. But I feel they had TP up on us, and we didn't. So it ended up going a little longer. If we roll the clip, then I might be able to remember. So I go for the hook. Obviously, I miss. We see Babadup's getting caught, though, so initiate on him. It's all good and dandy here. I feel this is where half of us want to back up, and Snoopy's like, call it now. We can go in, we can go in, we can get them, we can get them. We're chasing. I'm at the other end of the tower having my lantern ready, and now like their backup's coming in, so it gets a little iffy. And this is just where your solo queue mind kicks in. I mean, you can call turns, like we turn on Mundo right here, I believe, and we try to burst him down, but this is why you play a lot of solo queue, these situations, because they're so erratic and unpredictable that you just need to try dodge skill shots. Almost had my lantern up there, so I would have lived if I had like one more second. But I feel like we played this alright. Tyson came in time. Like we got the backup. We're playing these team fight comps, no longer super split comps. And that's just the power of Shyvana as well. She can just come in late, jump over a wall, get really tanky, and try and turn that around. I feel we could have played this a little better than we ended up doing. But I was happy that we were going for these confident plays. You know, we weren't too afraid to commit to this. And even if they go wrong, so be it, and try and adapt. And then I liked the outcome of it.
Yeah, you guys obviously won the game. Were you more confident because Complexity's running with a sub? Were they weaker than they normally are?
It helps. I mean, I think ManCloud is a really good player, but obviously if you've only have 1 week, we know how it feels to play only 1 week with new players, and there's going to be certain tendencies that that you just can't rely on yet.
Okay, so I actually want to go back and talk about the sort of the new bot lane you guys have, because you posted that you were holding open tryouts. Of course, Altec, you were one of them. What was the tryout process like? Like, what did you get tested on? Like, how was that whole process?
Just like laning, like mistakes and whatnot, and rotations. If like I could make calls in lane and stuff, it's like, hey, Crepo, don't do this, do that.
So tell Crepo what to do all the time, as long as you're always right.
Get more of a vocal AD carry out there, because I really like when Altec just tells me what to do, because I feel after playing so long, I'm gonna get making these mistakes over and over that I just don't see anymore, and we need like either an analyst or somebody else to come in and say like, hey, I see you're doing this pattern, stop doing that. And I think Johnny can get there for sure. Like he understands the game really well, so we'll get there.
Cool. Yeah, and you guys are obviously doing really well. This is a good win here on this one. So then, one final question for you, Altec. You played with Cloud9 Tempest. Of course, you guys did fall short in the promo tournament. What was the road like where you're like, crap, we almost made LCS, and then you're back into it? Like, what was that sort of like month span?
When we lost to EG, I was like, damn, this is like pretty depressing, but...
Thank you.
But afterwards, I went through the trial process. I'm like, oh, sweet. And I'm also glad that Glebe made TSM too.
Yeah, so you guys, you've already fought each other once. You'll fight 3 more times. Extra special rivalry when you fight TSM?
Yeah.
Gotta beat him up?
Definitely want to win.
All right, so tomorrow, final question for you guys. You guys fight Curse. Curse is half a game up on you. How's that battle gonna go?
I think we're pretty confident. We just have to like nail stuff down, make sure everyone's on the same page. But overall, we have like a general idea going to tomorrow.
Krepo?
Yeah, coming, I think their popular teams are getting on stage right now. Coming out, because that's not for me. Coming out of the first week, we expected Curse to do really well because they were doing well in scrims and they seemed confident, but they just had something go wrong every game. I still remember the CLG game they played. They just got caught level 1, walking to lane, and that just kind of set the tone for that game. So I feel their morale will be a little lower, and they've already exposed some of their comfort picks already, so we hope to learn from week 1, and we're getting better. Hopefully they're getting morale's a little down after a disappointing week 1, and then just hope to capitalize on that.
All right, well, guys, congratulations on your win. Thank you so much for your time. Krepo, I will always cheer for you.
Yes, thank
you. Just so you know, because you like puns, and that makes me happy. Guys, anyway, thank you again very much for your time. Good luck tomorrow. But we've got more games going on. Going to take a quick break, which means you have 3.5 minutes before we jump into our next game, which is LMQ versus Dignitas. And with only 1 game separating the teams, you're not going to want to miss this. We'll be right back.
Need Lulu here?
I'm here.
Elise stop. Where's the Elise? Go on Elise. Elise. He's almost dead. Elise, going on Nidalee. Going in Nidalee. Going in Mundo. Going in Mundo. Multi, going up.
Nice. Good job, okay, I need to get out.
Going up. There's no flash.
Okay, coming.
We have TP. What's the TP at?
I'm dead. Got it, 20.
Welcome back to the North American LCS, everybody. I'm David Freak Turley, and joining me at the analyst desk for our next 2 games is Sam Kobe, Hart McKensler.
How's it going?
That was like a really entertained face. I'm here. It's good. All right, thumbs up. That's what we got. Well, we want to circle back to our Twitter question of the day now. At the start of the show, we asked you, what's your favorite rivalry in the North American LCS and why? And here's what you've been saying. At Cyber Police says we haven't seen it yet, but a new rivalry between Cloud9 and LMQ would be awesome. Just a year ago, C9 was in LMQ's shoes. Believe the hype.
Okay, I'll give him to that. I mean, there's a lot of rivalries with Cloud9. I guess everybody has a rivalry with what was the top team of North America.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you got the 4-0 start. Like, maybe that's the thing, right? Not everyone believed the C9 hype train when that came out, and they were the best team in North America.
C9 playing now.
Yeah, see if they can do it. It's going to be a fun one. Next up, at Scram Nave says TSM and CLG hands down. They had some of the most exciting games in LOL history, and new talent plus old talent equals amazing games.
Yeah, I mean, I love this rivalry, even though their players are constantly changing. CLG, I can't even remember the last time they started a split with a roster that they had the previous split. They're always bringing in new people. TSM now doing it as well. It just keeps things fresh.
Yeah, it's been interesting for the entire time. Well, next up, Forbidden Tensei says, my favorite rivalry is Cloud9 versus TSM. It's been a tense battle over first ever since C9 joined, and it still is.
Another one of those Cloud9 rivalries. I do like that one, though. Those two were the top two battling it out last split.
Yeah, TSM's still trying to fight back the roster issues, but we'll see if they can get back to the top in this one. Next up, UWE 726318555. I wish that were something in Leap, but I can't decipher it. It's got to be Dig versus Baron. You never know what's going to happen next, but you can be sure it's going to be entertaining.
I always got to throw one of those jabs in at Dig.
Got to throw a jab? Yeah, I mean, it's how it goes. Yeah, Dignitas, they've had a storied history. They're getting better at it, though. They had a couple of really decided Baron fights.
Decided?
Yeah, well, Zion said that it was on cooldown until week 4.
Okay.
We're going to throw out Baron until week 4. Hopefully that's the case for these guys. Well, thanks to everyone for writing in, and if you're not already, be sure to follow us on Twitter. We are at LOL Esports. Now we're going to throw it over to Riv and Jat for our next game, but on the way, Crumb says that in the battle of the solo lanes with LMQ, he gives the edge to Dignitas.
I don't think their playstyle is really that aggressive.
Oh my gosh, a 3-man minute, 4.5 minutes into the game.
They said that their playstyle is aggressive because their laners win. We have strong laners too. They're going to have to adapt on the fly, and I think we're better doing that.
Adapting on the fly is kind of something we've been putting in as reactively, and teams who've been playing reactively have been falling behind.
And LMQ's not typically that team that plays reactively. Dignitas as well seem to have a lot of really good pre-planned strategies until they lost, where they seemed like they wanted to play reactively against Curse.
All right, well, let's lock it in. It's our third game of the day, LMQ versus Team Dignitas. Right now, I have the pleasure of sharing my caster cubicle with Joshua Jat Leesman for these next games. LMQ has possession of first place. Dig is only 1 game back, and they could actually tie this up right here. And whenever Dignitas goes on a winning streak, they go for a losing. So
it seems like it. LMQ's still on that winning streak, though. They went 4-0 at the start of their LCS careers last week. And we've seen a lot of teams actually come in, make a big splash on the LCS stage, and then later see their momentum slow. And I mean, this week, LMQ has a much tougher schedule. They face off against Dignitas today and Cloud9 tomorrow. So this is going to be a really good test to see how they stand up against the top competition. And it's going to be the question now, are they going to be kind of the next Cloud9 we see in the North American LCS? Or are they going to be more like a team like Mitra Makers, who ended up getting relegated? Or even Rockhat, who's sitting at the bottom of the European LCS?
Right, and LMQ are still feeling out the new league and opponents. But Dignitas is still trying to adjust to their new players. They took off with a 3-0 start, but then they were brought back down to earth by Curse.
Yeah, and at the start of the week, in Super Week, we actually heard Crumb saying that you can't look over everyone or anyone. And he was feeling much more confident a couple days later, predicting an easy win over Curse. And wouldn't you know it, that cost them their 4-0 Super Week. They lost to Curse pretty badly. And you can expect them now, they will be more focused on beating LMQ because they're not going to be taking the leaders of the LCS and 4-0 LMQ for granted.
Yeah, we'll get right into the game and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's LMQ. It's going to be Ackerman in the top lane, your no-name. In the jungle, Xiao in the mid, Vasily at AD carry, and more on support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it is Dignitas with Zan Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid. I'm a Cutie Pie, I'm AD Carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
And today we're taking a page out of Miss Fortune's book and doubling up on our featured matchups. For this game, we will be watching the mid lane for Xiao versus Shifter.
Yeah, this is going to be a great battle, Riv, from two very different stylistic mid laners. Shifter's actually been going a lot more for kills and robes, and it costs him in his CS numbers. Look at that. Average CS at 10 is 60.5 to Xiao's 83.3. Shifter's the lowest amongst mid laners. Xiao is the highest.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really interesting. Xiao, not only does he get high CS, he denies the enemy mid laner CS. To expand on that, opponents against Xiao have the lowest in the LCS,
right,
and opponents against Shifter actually have the highest. So this could be one of those incredibly disparaging games, and whether or not Shifter can get kills if he can't keep up in CS may decide it.
The catalyst is in the matchup for Xiao to be winning this one, so we're going to have to see if Shifter can come out quite big in this matchup. Looking at LMQ, I loved their statement earlier when they were talking to the players. I think it was Moore who said, I'd pick the entire team, or it was top lane Ackerman. And you're like, that's kind of scary. It's, you know, you'll hear probably say something like, I'd take Shifter. So you know people give respect to the other players. And LMQ respects the other players, but they just feel like they're generally better right out the gate.
And they also said that they don't think they showed their best in week 1 when they went 4-0.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, some of that could be related to the strength of schedule. If we look at the records of the opponents against LMQ, the 4 teams they played last week were a combined 4-12. So even if we removed the 4-0 from LMQ, they're still going to be 4-8. They did not play necessarily the top tier of competition. Their toughest game was easily against COG, and that easily could have went either way. So there's a lot still to learn about these guys, and I feel like this is the game of the day.
Well, with being in first place, you're definitely the one that's head-hunted the most. The most research is going to be done for you. You're not the game to look by. And right now, we're going to see if Dignitas has done their homework coming in against LMQ, your third game of the day.
And this split, more than ever, Dignitas is set to do homework. Skara is now a coach. He doesn't have to focus on the plane. They also have a second analyst/coach in Cumleycast as well. So they have a lot of firepower or horsepower, manpower, whatever you want to call it, to do scouting for them against LMQ. And they banned 3 mid laners.
You have to focus Xiao. It's too much strength. It's an interesting quote, too, from Crumbs or from the team to say that their solo lanes would be stronger when that's almost what LMQ is known for, having extremely strong lanes.
It's one of their big calling cards. Xiao was the top mid lane performer in Fantasy LCS last week. Obviously put up some great numbers in the 4-0 record as well. Ackerman played Shyvana 4 times, actually. He's the only LCS player to play the same champion in every one of his games in North America here. And he would have a potential to lock it in again here with the Lulu first pick. We just saw EG run that exact same solo lane combo. Shyvana and Lulu have fantastic synergy together.
And we usually see Ackerman on the big guys, but that could also be a top lane Lulu. We saw Dyrus on that today. LMQ always using the tricks from the start. Looks like Lucian gets another quick pickup on the day. Third game, he's going to be second pickup. And the Elise, as we said.
No big surprises there from Dignitas. I'm a Cutie Pie's been playing Lucian ever since the spring split when he was actually losing on it a lot. But he's continued with it. And I actually was watching Crumbs' stream yesterday. He was duo queuing with Zion Spartan, and he said he needs practice on Elise because she's OP and he's playing LCS tomorrow. So he actually lost that game, but he's picking Elise once again.
I think he did some good practice last night.
Yeah. 30-minute queue time when they were duo queuing.
That's what you do, right? You study right before the test, so you remember everything. It's right there.
Absolutely. Top of your mind.
Warm it up. Looks like we could have another Kazakhs coming in 2 games in a row. Possibly the Shyvana is there. They don't have the top laner, and Dignitas would most likely be picking that up here to leave mid lane in for Shifter on that last pick. So the Xiao locks in the Shyvana for Ackerman. He's going to be just continuously playing on that. He's got a whole closet full of Shyvanas. That's all he wears.
5 for 5.
Yep.
I like that right there, because it also hamstrings Zion Spartan's picks a little bit. Even though he does have a big champion pool, of the tanks, Zion Spartan definitely trends towards Shyvana if he has to play one. His next best would obviously be Jax, which is what he would typically pick against Shyvana, but that was LMQ's first ban. So LMQ's choice there, you saw them toggling between Leona and Shyvana. Much smarter to actually lock in Shyvana right there to deny it from Zion Spartan.
Interesting LMQ. Wow. Bans out. I was going to say the Morgana, but Zion Spartan picks up Aurelia. This is something actually Seraph was playing a few times last week.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much successful Aurelia.
Right, so has tried it too.
Yeah, in the North American or European LCS, it's shown a little bit of success over in Korea. It's kind of coming back as far as the game nowadays is, but it's still not, it doesn't bring the same team fight presence as a Shyvana. Zion Spartan would either look to win with split pushing or in 1v1s, with that being the case.
Look at the things that LMQ gets away with. You're so scared of the mid lane that Twitch passes all the way through. I haven't seen him once today. One of the most picked AD carries gets in the hands of Vasily. That's dangerous.
I mean, that speaks a little bit to I'mACutiePie's preferences more than anything else.
That's true.
I think picking Lucian
that
much before everything else. And I also really like how that last pick from Shifter, knowing the matchup against Xiao is so dependent on the lane, picks probably the best farming champion you can in mid lane for League of Legends to try and keep that in check, make sure Xiao can't shove out the mid lane, and then instead of roaming necessarily, Shifter can just throw ults down to the side lanes if he really needs it.
It's kind of like that Ziggs pick is the string on his finger. Remember to keep farming. There it is. All the things locked in now. A lot of zone support coming in here from KiwiKid. Goes back to some Zyra pickups. So as a lover of the initiations on Annie, but KiwiKid can kind of throw anything in its support.
Yeah, and I also think KiwiKid's made huge strides in support when he, since he moved that role at the start of the 2014 season.
Right.
And I also feel like Zyra is an incredibly good pick just against LMQ in general. They're such a dive-heavy team, and back when Zyra was a huge pick, it was as that counter initiation. You use it when they dive on top of you to mess everything up. Great pick there for KiwiKid.
Very good job in the champion select, but now that the champs are locked in, let's tabulate the votes over at LOLesports.com, and with 64% of the vote, you're tipping this one in LMQ's favor. But you can update your vote through the game by tweeting the hashtags LMQWin or DIGWin to @LOLesports.
Yeah, the last remaining undefeated team in either LCS, actually. Europe did not have a team go perfect in Super Week, whereas North America absolutely did. With LMQ. A win here for Dignitas as well would tie them for first place in the LCS. It would actually give them possession because they would technically hold the tiebreaker over LMQ. So a lot on the line here, as Dignitas cannot overlook or underestimate LMQ.
The one thing Dig is running with 110% is their changes have to be the best coming in here. Seeing Shifter and Zion in the mid lane, they're able to take down Cloud9. They did have that loss to Curse, but flukes happen, things go down, teams will win, teams will lose. We'll see if they can put that cooperation back together against LMQ, who we forget, they have not had the roster changes that everybody else has had, so they're coming in pretty fresh.
And we've seen some very varying results in roster changes. I still want to kind of call back to the start of the day, that COG TSM game. Wherever there were roster changes in that game, they actually kind of struggled to the slightly more experienced teams. There was huge miscommunication at the start of the game between Dexter when they dove for that double kill, and even Glebe had a bad game. This one, though, LMQ's been together for longer than Dignitas, technically speaking, and this might show in their early game coordination. Gets 5 gold.
KiwiKid making money. Looks like he'll push Vasily out all the way. So for now, they have the AD carry on the bottom side. I know KiwiPie loves to fight with KiwiKid against his opponent, so if they can get that 2v2 matchup, more than happy. 66-34. LMQ on the top of the list, but not the top of the vote.
You also have to be very careful against a Leona Twitch. A synergy that kind of used to exist that people forget about a little bit is the fact that Twitch's passive will proc Leona's passive at will. So even if Leona uses very quick succession of abilities, you'll always be proccing that Sunlight passive for extra damage from the Twitch-Leona combo, meaning their all-in potential when they catch a single target out is extremely high. And Zyra is an incredibly squishy support. So if we actually do see a 2v2 lane, there is a ton of kill pressure on LMQ's side, which would actually mean I don't think we're going to see 2v2s in this game.
A lot of wards placed deep into the jungler, going to have to tip off LMQ. They'll see
this is a really good time we invade.
Wow, they're going to be able to hold this bush. Oh my god, no name! How about no HP? That was instant. 2 minutes in, first blood, and a red buff for Crows.
Listen, Riv, we talked about the scouting potential of Dignitas and how much preparation they could put into this LMQ team. And whether or not LMQ was showing any patterns, that very well could have been a pattern. No Name also panicked with that flash. That really shows they had no idea that that would be a potential invade. Dignitas challenges their convention right there, gets the first kill, and gives Crumbs a big edge in the early jungle.
Also see Shifter in the mid lane getting some good damage on Xiao there. See if he can start to push in someone who could really cripple him in CS throughout the game. Everybody trying to go very hard. No Name all by himself on the blue buff. We've seen Snoopy doing the likes of this down to about 5 HP, and then he lived. But still, the smite for No Name, he's going to be able to use it. But will he be able to really get any help here? If Ackerman is to go with him, he's even farther behind. So they're going to have to split. Good thing he's Shyvana.
Yeah, that's going to be a big farming adventure. And this is the kind of new conventional lanes we're seeing in competitive league. The 2v0 with many roamers. There are a ton of strategic possibilities with this because the only people really constrained to lanes is the AD carry and the mid laners. The supports are free to roam, the junglers are free to roam, and the top laners are free to roam. So vision control becomes even more of a priority. And I feel like a lot of green wards are going to be placed this game to try and keep track of LMQ, a team that has typically been roaming better than all the other teams in the LCS.
More coming down for a little support on the red. Shifter nicely winning this lane in HP, forcing the whimsy out of Xiao, probably wishing that he took a flask at this point. Shifter is just hitting him with every passive auto attack that he can with that extra damage.
Yeah, that mid lane is pretty much bang even at about 4 minutes because there's extra 3 minions on the side of Shifter that he'll be able to hopefully clean up after this one. We have to track the CS edge of Xiao and whether he can pressure Shifter out because especially with the first blood advantage, that mid lane matchup increases greatly in importance.
LMQ buddy system in the jungle as they buddy jungle away. PewDiePie's going to allow this to just flow into the turret. So with that happening, 25-22 on the AD carries as they have themselves a grand old time free farming. And LMQ here to do a little bit of team soak up on the experience in the bot lane. So just free flowing everywhere. A little bit of a rotation here to mid lane on to Xiao.
Yeah, Crumbs coming in the mid lane as well. Might catch Xiao. Very least he burns a flash.
There's the flash, the cocoon, he flashes in though to make sure the Q would follow up. They're able to repel a turret shot into Zion Spartan. Huge and great roam.
And Riv, this actually all started because of Dignitas's ward control. The ward at the very bottom in the map between those two LMQ turrets told Crumbs exactly where the roamers of LMQ were, which meant he could fearlessly flash into that turret right here. The execution doesn't actually matter as much. Post-flash, he flashes in to guarantee the stun, and Zion just goes in after because they knew they were safe. It was all about the vision control for Dignitas.
Beautiful job from Crumbs. Keeping vision up for the team the entire time. A pivotal way that they took down Cloud9 and a way they are using it now to take down LMQ.
Yeah, and Riv, Crumbs as a jungler, especially throughout Super Week, was so hyper paranoid with vision control. He actually individually bought more green wards than LMQ as a team.
Yep.
Which also makes me think, in this particular matchup, since we're getting the lanes that are more reliant on vision control and have more roamers, the way that Dignitas was playing during Super Week just blends brilliantly with this style of play. And LMQ is a little bit undermanned because they just typically don't buy as many wards based on the strength of their solo lanes.
You can already see right now a pink and a green in the hand of Crumbs, ready to put them down, as well as Zion Spartan with one of his own visions. And Crumbs was quick to that sweeper, just like No Name, so they can keep these invades coming. Possibly more kills on Xiao. Shifters staying even for now. Crumbs now to the bottom lane as he sets that pink down. Looks like they're going to try to start controlling that bottom of the map as Dragon Time is going to be soon.
I think the more important thing about this lane isn't that Shifter has 80 or 90 CS at 10. It's that Xiao doesn't. As long as they can keep Xiao's gold starved, we know that Dignitas has practice winning with Shifter at lower CS numbers because he's so good at roaming in team fights. Where the same is yet to be true about Xiao. Most of his farm generally comes from the lane, and he will transition that gold value into the team fights by just being that much stronger than opponents. As long as it's close like this, big advantage Shifter.
Definitely a player to give that advantage to. Shifter is somebody that can carry a team. We've seen even when Coast was having hard times last split, he could still come up with quadros and triple kills. And it was actually on that 6th play that he had. Zion Spartan and Ackerman get to meet up in the top lane with Zion being level 5. He's got a little bit of the upper hand in that true damage.
Yeah, this will be a very tricky matchup for Ackerman. He had a lot of success in Super Week on Shyvana, specifically after falling behind. their game against CLG when he was against Seraph, and Seraph was very good on Jax. Ackerman still became the stronger one eventually, but for now, he's got to be playing a little bit of catch-up.
So there's Crumbs. Vision paranoia coming into play again. He's more, rightfully so rather, to do that because it's helping him win.
Yeah, and a very early Sightstone as well as Sweeper on Kiwi Kids, so they're very heavily trying to deny the vision of LMQ to maybe make them play a little bit more cautiously. Yep. LMQ is not typically a team that plays cautiously.
Zion Spartan, 75% the way to level 6. There's Ackerman just getting himself as well up to par, so Zion could easily go for a dive here quite soon. He is alone in the top lane. He's got ward coverage as Shifter grabs his blue up, and Dignitas definitely putting up one of the best fights we've seen so far to the LMQ early game.
Yeah, they're hitting level 6 breakpoints a little bit earlier as well. Can he land?
Oh, over the shoulder! That was a no-look.
Rapidly firing that stuff up, and now Xiao is pulling off some roam of his own.
8 seconds!
Which brush? He's got to guess.
Door number 2! Door number 2! No good! Oh, no, wait! Wow, he got out alive! Would you believe it? Oh, man.
The slick escape, and now the Zigzag goes bottom, does not hit anything.
Oh, going clear wide on that one. Moore looks like he has to back up off of this, and the pressure around the map kind of sends LMQ into a flurry as Dig takes control.
Yeah, maybe they can go for the dragon here. Also, No Name gets caught on the top of the map. Things are very much going in Dignitas' favor right here. Taking a look at this fight, we missed bottom lane. They did catch Vasily in a root, but that was to the demise of Kiwi Kid. We talked about how squishy Zyra was in those all-in situations, and that was just a little bit too much. They got caught out-baiting.
Good quick focus, taking down the Kiwi Kid. There's the evolution coming in for the claws on No Name.
The skin on No Name. Yeah, making himself dark, getting that extra ultimate activation. And Zion going to continue to bully. That's a lot of creeps, though. He's going to back here.
Going back. No Name helping Xiao. 4 CS behind right now. Does not have the assist that Shifter has, so he's working nice on that Chalice, and he's still able to spit out the damage, not worrying about too much of what Xiao can bring back to him. Dignitas' 2 pink wards on Dragon right now allow them all the roam they need if they want to go bottom lane. Dragon already theirs, means they have control.
And here's the thing we'll need to see about LMQ as they continually get faced up in the NALCS, is when they're ahead, we know this from Challenger, they are fantastic at closing leads because they think every play they're going to make will work. They have that type of confidence. When you fall behind, how are they going to continue their play? Are they going to continue to shoot and just go again and again into a team that is potentially stronger? It has worked for many teams in the past because if you're good enough at executing your plays, you can still pull off aggressive moves while behind. We haven't yet seen LMQ in this position in the North American LCS. They're down 1,500 gold early in the game, and they haven't actually been able to find windows. That's the challenge they face in this game.
Oh, dive, and Ackerman trying to save himself. Crumbs is there. The gap closes there.
Can he
the
land the
turret
stun?
is, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The 1, 2, 3, and the punch to end it. Zion Spartan picking himself up a kill there, and lo and behold, the solo lanes are winning.
Yeah, nice efficiency from Crumbs, though. The solo lanes have generally benefited from what he's been doing. Zion had a lead on his own, but that's the second flash stun Crumbs has done, which results in an immediate kill. Very good efficiency from his Elise.
Turret will be theirs. Looks like they're not going to hesitate any bit on this. They're going hard.
Yeah, but while Dignitas is going hard in that top lane, LMQ is setting up a big aggressive move in the bottom lane. But now the question is, how do they pull the trigger? Can Dignitas hold this one off 3v4? And is LMQ wasting time?
I like this. We usually don't see teams try to react immediately. It takes a little bit of time to formulate. But like you said, deep wards being placed by LMQ. We still got a bit of a timer on Dragon. So it looks like they don't find anything on a bit of a roam there. But they're still leaving that door open for the possibility. Crumbs and Zion Spartan not finding any pressure in the top lane. And with the ward to stay safe, they're happy to push this one out.
Yeah, and speaking of wards, just look at the minimap right now. Especially around the bottom lane side, because that's where Dignitas is getting caught. But Kiwi Kid gets hit out. He might just die.
Solar Flare, right. Beautiful consecutive stack. The Wild Growth goes down. He's putting himself in the fight. He knows he's going down, so he's going to do it valiantly. Here comes Zion Spartan in range for the Blade Surge. He is. There's the flash, the follow flash, and the follow kill. Good guys Zion actually got stunned up, but it goes to Cutie Pie.
Even though Kiwi falls, the counter initiation is there, and because Zion has such top lane supremacy over Ackerman, he can teleport completely unpunished. Another great counterplay right there by Dignitas.
Oh no.
And another near miss by Xiao.
Another one, yep. It's just kind of the way the cookie's been crumbling so far. LMQ, instead of being a few minutes ahead, a few seconds behind in all these actions that Dignitas is making.
And that's just, like you said, the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Every game of League of Legends is different, and Xiao has been a fraction away from picking up some really nice plays. But especially in League of Legends, the way gold leads get out of hand, and when you miss a kill, you get more gold against you. You can't afford to miss those plays one after another. This fight, though, Kiwi Kid gets cleaned into a solar flare, but that's the danger when you all-in Lucian support. You have no shutdown on Lucian, and his damage potential at level 7 is pretty much higher than any other AD carry in the game, so he gets to wreck Vasily while they're focusing the support, and then afterwards, since it's support versus an AD carry, the top laner comes in and clean up, help CC, and get a second kill for Cutie Pie.
He still had Crumbs pressuring in the top lane because he was just with Zion, so LMQ couldn't even react to where the pressure was leaving at that point. Very good play so far by Dig. 14 minutes they're coming up on with one of the biggest leads I think we've had against LMQ coming into the LCS. Level 9 Zion Spartan says, here you go, take this for a second.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot about transitioning for Zion Spartan as well, because he had numerous top lane advantages when he was a member of Team Coast, which Team Coast could not translate into victory. Now that Dignitas' team is stronger across the board, 2 kills in the bot lane, greater farm by Shifter over Xiao, which is huge in the mid lane. Zion's roaming, 3 kills but only 68 CS. How will he balance his lane domination with transitioning help to the rest of his team?
Right now Dignitas is backing. We'll be all right, at least on map pressure for the moment. Gonna get some more wards. 3 pinks across the board, just picked up 2 more sites, and I believe that sight stone was already there, just as crystal going into Cutie Pie's inventory, so he can start up a little more damage with the Phage. 6-2. Zion Spartan having a grand time in the top lane. Great pickups by Dignitas with Shifter and Zion Spartan. Really rounding out a team that kind of had some falters in closing, or even like I said, lanes, just lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Zion did miss that CS though, so still a lot of work to do. There's a player. Now, I completely agree. The amount of duo queue practice they've done with Crumbs already is yielding many positive results. You can actually see Crumbs is seemingly ignoring his bottom lane and only ganking for the new guys. But it's working out pretty damn well for Dignitas as a team. That pink ward might be the death of somebody.
Or at least he gets vision on Dragon. Dignitas, however, they're kind of setting this one up. They knew where the pieces would fall.
Yeah, see, LMQ actually has okay vision around here, but they know they're much weaker, so do they try to go in? They're a little slow, and they get hit by Zyra.
The teleport. Beautiful job, like you said, Jat, with the aggression LMQ brings to the table, they can swap the strategy they use, and mostly being an all-in, the Zyra pickup has been huge for Dignitas.
Yes, 5,000 gold lead. And we were talking about this 3 or 4 minutes ago, how LMQ has missed plays by fractions of a second. Xiao has been about a quarter of a second late on interrupting 2 recalls that probably could have given him kills, and that actually forfeited whatever advantage he may have had in the mid lane. Whenever he roams off, it gives Shifter on Ziggs a chance to instantly clear the wave, get 6 or 7 uncontested CS, maybe more if he can get a second wave there. And this is really the first time in LCS play that Xiao has been down in the mid lane, especially to Shifter, who in previous games had been down to every other mid laner. It just goes to show you a much different focus by Shifter as far as game plan to specifically play against Xiao.
And on Ziggs, something he knows he can keep the farm up with. Like we said, that string around his finger, reminding him to keep that attention onto the CS. Just like Cutie Pie sees everything as a turret, which to his credit, if you look back at Super Week, I guess this would be to Vasily's credit, 29 kills for Vasily in Super Week. Cutie Pie had 9 kills, but in this one, 2-0-1, it was a good thing they maybe didn't match up in those lanes.
Yeah, Vasily had pretty much the best Super Week you could ever hope for. It was an AD carry starting. Yeah, getting like 7 kills per game. Not looking like he's going to be able to get them this game, but we cannot underestimate the team fight presence of this LMQ team composition.
Right.
Shyvana Lulu with the Twitch AoE, the reset potential from NoName's Kha'Zix when he hits level 11, and the initiation power of more. If LMQ can catch a slightly sloppy Dignitas in certain situations, that 5,000 gold lead could actually not mean that much.
You usually see, looking at more, kind of that Thresh pickup, that Morgana pickup, something that can lull you into a false sense of security. If you're going in with Leona, you know to disengage. Cutie Pie going hard here. He's gonna get Ackerman to feel like he's safe for a second.
They want to fight this though.
Yeah. Whoa! Going for the Dragon's Descent. No slow to come out for Ackerman. Eats the culling. Gets an ult out. Ult for an ult. Not too bad there.
One step behind, really, for LMQ there. They were trying to roam through the jungle. They were a little bit late, but once again, they roamed right through a Dignitas ward. Dignitas' ward control has been absolutely immaculate. They buy more wards than any other team. Crumbs buys more wards than any other jungler, and they are using them for great aggressive plays around the map this match.
Right now, taking a breath. Really great lead for Dignitas coming in. Baron still on the map, though. No history repeats itself. This could be a longer game, but at 18 minutes, Dignitas is looking to close the door on LMQ and tie up that first place. Slow, uh-oh. A little bit of a bushwhack, possibly. LMQ.
This is more trying to find a fight.
More, always the one in the front. I was just saying, when he's on Morgana or Thresh, like he said, he'll lull you into a false sense of security. I'm out of position. Oh, I grabbed a minion. Come get me.
Yeah.
There's my team.
And as you can see, the thing that prevented that, more so than the flash, was the ward around LMQ's buff. They just managed to sweep that one out, and Dignitas actually, for the first time in this game, doesn't have many deep wards. There's only kind of one ward in enemy territory if you look at the map right now. I think LMQ might even need to invest in more sweepers, which is one of the most difficult things to do when you're behind in the game, because you need vision yourself when you're trying to get caught out. But with the way LMQ plays, Riv, they need to go for so many aggressive plays, especially with the Leona Twitch. They need to be able to sneak up on people, and they can't do that if Dignitas keeps spamming wards across the map like they are now.
It's like Dignitas, look at their inventory right now, from anywhere. It's like they have a rule that if there is a blank square, you gotta fill it with a ward.
Yeah, that's absolutely what they're doing. Do you have 6 items in your inventory?
Yeah.
All right, put wards there.
Put wards there. If you got the gold, put some more in. Gonna be useful. 31.1 thousand to just about 26. So Dignitas hasn't been able to stretch the gold lead for a little bit of time now. Or take down this mid turret, which would really help to open up the map against LMQ. Something they still know how to control is their map. See if they can keep that.
Well, Zion Spartan has his teleport up. Cutie Pie is nowhere to be found, though. He's trying to clear this away. 5v1 in the mid lane, and LMQ gets taken really low.
Wow.
The longer Dignitas can prevent these recalls, the more turrets LMQ is going to lose. Ackerman probably going to make it back here, though, but Dignitas is trying to pressure the side lanes.
This is LMQ really being put into a sticky situation. You got Cutie Pie pushing the turret in the top lane still. It's going to be Crumbs coming over to help him, and like you said, LMQ was backing, but now they're not. That turret will be lost. They get a kill onto Kiwi Kid, who's already died 3 times, not giving up much gold. Vasily looking quite scared. Wow, this is
that is a pink ward.
Oh, no. He finds it! Very nicely done. Shifter coming up with kills for himself. Vasily with an error on that one. And 7-3 as Dignitas gets a huge leap there.
The last bounce of the bomb. And now everyone on LMQ is low. They didn't even get that mid turret. And Dignitas can shove down this mid lane. Stun lands.
Oh, the bomb coming out. Hiding next to a wall is so dangerous, especially when you're trying to dodge skill shots. It just makes it easier for the other person to hit, as you can see. 30 seconds on Dragon. I think Dig's even strong enough to stay for this. They may not even want to.
Yeah, just more itemization edges is all they're going for. Fantastic. Wow. CS on Shifter, 240 at 21 minutes. Not even 21 minutes.
Yeah.
Is quite huge. Oh, can't steal away the big Wraith, but Zion Spartan still.
For what we thought was going to happen in the mid lane, it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, you can tell that was an absolute focus of Dignitas, mainly from even champion select, picking Ziggs, just knowing he needs to be able to clear the waves as quickly as possible to try and offset that LMQ aggression.
Yep. Another Dragon coming in for Dig. Ackerman with a canceled TP in that last engagement, so he will not be able to join the team from afar. He's going to be hugging hips right now with Moore, and the Fog of War is their friend. They got a pink ward in the brush, and they're looking for straight initiations. Whenever they can get it, they're going back into royal mode, if you will.
Yeah.
If they can.
Oh no, LMQ actually sweeps, but doesn't go all the way in for the pink ward. A missed opportunity there to get rid of another Dignitas Vision spot. There's nowhere LMQ can go that's not really seen. Finally, they go back to get the pink ward. Dignitas is going to probably want to control this Baron area, as dangerous as that may seem for Dignitas team, but 8,000 gold up.
Yep.
Much stronger. You gotta
Right.
be careful not to get caught in against a Twitch ult, because we know Twitch plus Shyvana and Lulu can be incredibly potent at the Baron area. But the time is now for Dignitas. This is the natural progression of achieving victory.
Ackerman trying to throw Ruby Crystals together for HP, and his build just finishes up the Merc Treads, so he's going for a lot of defense. And what we saw, the offensive Blade of the Rune King Shyvana earlier today. Zion Spartan outside of Vasily, level 12, level 12.
What's he gonna get?
That's gonna be painful. There's a shot, he's gonna go invis. That's gonna be a few more hits. Won't see much, but this is Vasily being backed off. LMQ is never ready to fight with their own, the team, rather.
I mean, now Dignitas has vision control around the Baron pit. If LMQ wants to go in there, basically checking blind. And Dignitas knows that for at least the next while, Vasily can't be there. While Zion's teleport is up, they catch him. Bing, bang, boom! Down goes Xiaowei Xiao. Down goes Moore as he tries to get into the fight. No Name knows that is not something he wants to toy with. The slow goes down. The attack is coming in. He's only got so long to get out of this one, and it's actually going to cost him the Summoner Flash. Huge plays by Dignitas and control over Baron Pit. I mean, it's absolute vision control. LMQ is going to continue to pile into this because this is what they do. They keep trying until there's absolutely nothing left. Look for Ackerman to try and go in on this.
Smite is there. Ackerman could get the bite. No! Crumbs coming up very nicely on the Smite. Ackerman doing what he can. A great heal coming out there from Shifter on the Summoner spell, and it's going to be a big chase. Oh, wow! Oh, he knocks it down! Over the head of Crumbs, playing monkey in the middle. Able to take down Ackerman.
Shifter's had a couple of those last bounce of the bouncing bomb for the kills. Ackerman thought he'd gotten out free after that valiant attempt, but in the end, he just gives more power to Dignitas' mid laner.
Shifter making fantasy teams happy around the world. 4-0-1 now as he has his Rabadons already suited up. 24 minutes into the game, 2 items with a Blasting Wand and finished boots. Dignitas is on a rampage right now.
Yeah, taking another look at this one, you can see Zion Spartans distracting as much as possible while it's going on. And they can't hide anywhere. All the brushes aren't brushes anymore as long as there's Dignitas wards inside of them. That was just another kill in the scatter that LMQ tried to do around the Baron pit.
It's like a light bright in the bottom half of the jungle. Look at all the red wards. Also, pink wards on the Baron. These guys are ready. And Crumbs is breaking his own rule. He's got an empty spot. Maybe he just hasn't been backed by another ward. Looks like cleanup on the red buff. This is going to go to Ackerman so he can stay on the stick. Oh no, here comes Vasily. That's what I thought.
Yeah, Vasily's still not even completed the second item, whereas I'm a Cutie Pie is about 800 gold away from finishing his last Whisper. Complete disparity across the board. That's what happens when you have a 13,000 gold disadvantage. LMQ has not been beaten like this.
No, that's what I was just going to say. It's our first time really seeing LMQ kind of struggle and find what to do.
Yeah.
Different gameplay. Not a lot of this, but this is what teams kind of talked about in scrims. They said, yeah, we beat LMQ in scrims. This happens. We'll win the laning phase, but nobody's really been able to produce that result until now. It looks like LMQ can be taken down eventually. Yeah. You still got time in this game. A huge lead from Dig. It looks like they could solidify this one within the next 10.
Yeah, and this is what can happen oftentimes in League of Legends, especially with the way LMQ opened this game. They got hit really quick by Dignitas, and then Dignitas never relented their pressure. From the very first blood, they gained ward control. They never let LMQ have the lanes they wanted to have, and every time LMQ made a move, Dignitas made a better one.
Oh my gosh, across the board, 2 practically bleeding members of LMQ heading for the fountain. Zion Spartan's just going to join middle. He does not have to split push. Comes in. The inhibitor goes down. 1:15 on Dragon. They should be back and forth if they don't just go for bottom.
Yeah, they got a big minion wave in the bottom lane that Ackerman's trying to get rid of, but will he actually get caught on himself? Stun misses.
Close
and Dignitas plays safe.
Smartly done. Siege wave coming in. This should give Cutie Pie a few shots with that Sheen on the turret. Actually does not even... Oh, he does. I was looking at Twitch. With the Sheen proc on the turret. Oh, the Solar Flare hit 3. That's going to be a big Ziggs bomb. And the Stranglethorn coming up. Very nicely done. And it looks like they are once again pushing LMQ off the inhibitor turret. Textbook Dig push.
Yeah, Dignitas is completely unstoppable at this point, and it is to LMQ style. Wow. But they would try and find a fight there because they are not the team to just watch you beat them. They will always try and go in. And this time they're just too far behind. That fight had very low chance of working.
Dignitas going around the horn on this one. Zion Spartan already split pushing in the top lane. A great pickup as well for him on the team. Dignitas loves to be a split push team, whether it's 1-3-1 or just straight to your base in a 1-2. They're going to do it this way. 27 minutes, they're in, and they've just cleaned out the inhibitors.
Once you get 3 inhibitors, it's pretty much a GG.
Yeah.
27 minutes in, especially when Dignitas is only missing 1 outer turret.
Right.
This is about as complete of a victory that you can achieve. And they've done it over LMQ, who was the first place 4-0 team in the North American LCS, the only remaining LCS team that was still undefeated, but not for long, because Dignitas has really made a statement in this one.
Oh yeah. Zion Spartan with the red elixir buy. That is the close-out purchase. They are looking to make one last fight, be the ender. They're gonna have Crumbs go back, he'll put some more wards in. Zion Spartan even bought another pink ward. This far and this ahead in the game, they still feel that controlling any part of the map is prime.
They're making sure no possible situation that Vasily could sneak up behind them on Twitch.
Absolutely.
Even though if he did, with the 18,000 gold advantage, I don't think he would do much.
Needs that Infinity Edge, if anything. Right now, he's already working against armor. Mikhail's Crucible coming in for Crumbs, I think just because he wanted to, because he could. And then Morel and Namicon for KVK.
I'm actually a little surprised that Crumbs doesn't just build Sightstone as a normal item on his junglers because of the sheer volume of wards he buys. I imagine it's just because he doesn't want to sink that cost at the start of the game. You know, it's okay to build cheap wards 2 times every time you go back to base, and he can't like gradually build into that Sightstone. But if he ever got a few kills early on in the game, I wouldn't be too surprised if he didn't put it immediately into a Sightstone just to maintain the vision control. This should be the final push. 2 double super minion waves in every lane and 18,000 gold.
Double Triforce as well. These turrets are not going to have a fun time. One goes down, and it was really just super minions. More low. LMQ dives in. This is what they know to do, but it's not working out in the same result. That's Vasily almost going down. The Wild Growth save. They take him down in the fountain. What a game from Dignitas. 29 minutes on the clock, and they'll share first place with LMQ.
Yeah, that one's got to feel pretty good for Dignitas.
Wow.
They beat LMQ in under 30 minutes. LMQ is known to play fast, but that is usually in victory, not so much in defeat. And Dignitas kind of redeems themselves after letting themselves slip at the end of last week's Super Week. Hugs come in for Vasily. He has a lot of solo queue experience against all these Dignitas guys. Xiao as well.
Yeah, the hug between the mid laners, our second featured matchup of the day. We kind of put Shifter on the box and said he does not CS well against his opponents. Xiao does. 42 CS up on Xiao at the end of the game.
Yeah, and there's actually not that many critics for Shifter, but if there are some, he kind of answered them in that game with that CS performance, showing that there's many ways he can play mid lane, and he just decides which one to do based on the game.
You know, Crumbs said it in the beginning. I think our solo lanes are stronger, and to a degree, you know, I kind of believe him. To a degree, I didn't. But just listen to these scores: Zion Spartan 4-0-7, Crumbs 2-0-10, Shifter 5-0-6.
Yeah. And I mean, it
PewDiePie
might even be
6-0-7.
It might even be more important to look at the other side. Ackerman, who had such a great Super Week, 5th game on Shyvana, 0-5-0.
Yeah.
With only 201 CS. Definitely not the performance he was looking for.
And for me to think about that, you know, I'm LMQ, and they obviously know where the mistakes were made, what happened, but it happened so quickly. You're almost taken by surprise, and you think, how do we regroup from that?
I mean, they're going to have to do it in a day because it's not like things get any easier from here on out. They're playing Cloud9 tomorrow, and they have a lot of thinking to do after this one. I mean, I think if you're LMQ here and you're trying to regroup after getting run over by Dignitas, you just kind of think of how many near misses they had. I don't think they're going to make any huge changes after one game. There's a lot of success to be found with their aggressive play style. Xiao did leave his lane a few times, split second late. So it'll be very interesting to see how his play evolves against High, another mid laner who is very likely to leave his lane. Does he try and follow like he kind of did against, or even leaving his lane in this game? Does he continue to do that? Or does he just stick to his lane and focus on just trying to beat up on High, which I think would play more to his strengths?
Well, we will have to see some amazing play. Crumbs obviously doing what he needed to in a day of solo queue on Elise. Figure that out.
It didn't work out the game I watched against Zion Spark with Zion Spark, but it did work out this time. They were playing Aurelia and Elise in that one, so practice makes perfect.
It's a crazy dive team because you're in and out with both of the champions. They knew what they were doing, and something Dignitas and LMQ reflect in their plays is the sheer fact that everybody's in on the call.
Yeah.
There's no kind of back and forth. Everybody knows what they're doing. And you saw that with Crumbs' ganks. Flashing gauges. Zion was right there. Like you said, Crumbs worked heavily with Zion and Shifter when they started on Dig, and it paid off.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance from Dignitas now. First place in the NALCS.
All right, so to hear more from Dignitas on their commanding win, let's send it over to Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much for joining us at the analysts. We have Zion, Spartan, and Crumbs. You guys victorious and now tied for first place in the LCS. Was that where you expected to be at the beginning of week 2?
Yeah, we did.
You're just like, yeah, we're going to kill everybody. Even leading into the season as a whole, before you even played in Super Week, went 3-1 there, were you like, Dignitas, this is the team where we're going to win North America?
Yeah, as soon as we knew what we're going to be, who we were going to be playing against, who's going to be helping us out, I knew that this team was going to go places.
Well, I got to comment, Crumbs. You went with an extremely supportive jungler build here. Is it because you got these shiny new solo laners that you have full confidence in to carry the game now? Not only did you go like the defensive CDR release, but you also got a Mikhail's in the end. And like Jack keeps repeating, you buy the most wards ever. Like you spend so much money for the rest of your team. Is that because of the new guys you brought in, or is that just your current jungle philosophy?
I mean, that's always how I wanted to play, and I feel like I wasn't able to find that play style way back. And then now that I feel like I can finally play the way I want to play, just help out everyone in the beginning, and then I'm basically another support that just helps out with ganks. Like just heavily war, like a lot of wars. I mean, the champions in the jungle they're not in their rally. They're not they're not going to kill anyone. So might as well just use that ability to be strong early to just start snowballing a lead for everybody else that can eventually carry in the remaining of the game.
So speaking of not being Aurelia, actually, Zion, you were Aurelia. You did one. My segues are great. You did freaking awesome that game. So I have a couple questions for you on this one. One, we don't see a ton of Aurelia yet still from top laners. First of all, why is that?
She's just one of those champions where it's like, okay, Jax and Shyvana are really strong, and there's a really high chance I'm going to do well on those champions because they're just extremely strong right on the top lane meta. Like I think they're the two strongest champions. And then you have Irelia. What I see her is she's kind of like a weaker Jax, and I think she takes a lot more skill to play than Jax, which like is one of my best champions in the current meta because all you do is you just mash your face to the keyboard and just start going away, and then you end up legendary because he's just that strong. That's how I feel. But Irelia, there's a little bit of finesse to her, I feel, and it's really about using your advantage to get ahead in lane and then being strong. If you don't get ahead with Irelia, she just falls really far behind, and she's not that strong of a tank compared to like a Renekton or a Shyvana.
So what do you think about the European build? Do you feel like you should always rush Trinity Force on Aurelia, or do you like the European build going heavily investing into move speed?
I think it's just kind of everybody has their own like little flavor, like play style to the champion. Like Wicked like kind of brought up like, hey, I'm gonna split push with all this move speed, and it's really great if you just want to be annoying and you're like, hey, you can't catch me, and like just keep running away from people. But I kind of like the Aurelia that goes in and can team fight, and that's why I like going Trinity Force and then going tank rather than getting all that move speed in. It's kind of it's kind of your own preference, really.
Okay, well, of course, that worked out for you guys. So speaking of getting ahead in the game, we have our first replay of 2. It's about 10 minutes into the game. You guys kind of duo up in the top lane and get a kill on Ackerman. If we can pull the replay up. Why don't you guys sort of walk me through this fight?
So basically, the first thing Crumbs asks is, does he have flash? And if that's like the most important thing to communicate. And I said, no, I think he used it. I'm pretty sure he used it. So then right away, he tries to go up for the creep. So I just get a free stun on him because I'm lower health than him. And Crumbs just flashes in for a beautiful flash cocoon, and then we just pick up the kill. I'm just really strong.
Yeah. So he forces the ulti right here, and then as soon as he ultis immediately, I know that I can go for a flash cocoon. So I just walk up and just line myself up, and then just get as close to him as possible so that there's less movement, less place for him to juke. So that pretty much guarantees a cocoon. So I could have waited probably even a little bit longer to just get even closer to him, and that's pretty much a point-blank cocoon. Mm-hmm. There's no need to try to throw it from max distance. He has no flash. I'll take mine for a kill any day.
So you go for a lot of flash cocoons. You went for the one in the mid lane for your first blood gank, or I guess the second blood gank. Like, why are you so just about burning your flash to just guarantee a kill comes in?
I mean, the kill's there. If I can flash and get it, I'll take it. That's pretty much it. A lot of times, I feel like the cocoon mechanic, the flash cocoon, is really strong. It's a long range, like you're maxing it seconds, so it's got a long duration with a short cooldown. If you can get one, that's pretty much like a guaranteed pick already, just because you have good damage, and if you think about the play beforehand, you should know whether you can go for it or not. I mean, it's just the play shows up and I need flash, I'll take it.
It's a very high percentage shot. I like it. Now, talking about the early game, though, I want to go back a little bit. Talk about you guys planning coming into this, because you guys had a very successful invade early on in this game that really set the tone for the entire rest of the game. Was this plan tailored against LMQ, or was it just fortunate that they didn't have defensive wards up that would see you coming in?
We just play on the fly. I mean, we just thought about it on the fly. Let's do it. That's it. Yep.
All right, no forward planning. Just
So a follow-up then, like, have you started to sort of categorize other LCS teams and pick out weak points so that you can bring up strategies beforehand that will specifically be very successful against certain teams, trying to play on their tendencies?
Less than weak points is more about instead of trying to look to exploit people's weak points, I think it's better to just counter their strengths. So if you exploit their weak points, perhaps their strengths could just rise out and just take over. But if you just shut down whatever they're strong at, their strongest thing is, and their weak points aren't going to carry. So you should win that way.
Well, speaking of team strengths and weaknesses, though, we have...
that was a good one. Now, this is a good one.
Yeah, we have our second replay. It's a Baron fight. You guys didn't expect that one coming in. Yeah, well, for the second time, or multiple times in a row now, you guys had a really good Baron. If we can put that one up on the screen. I know, Zion, you said it was until week 4 you'd have a Baron throw, so if you want to walk us through this replay.
Yep, still a couple more weeks to go. So we start the Baron, and we know I just burned Twitch's heal. He had to recall. So we're baiting it, and they just walk right into us. They've got no vision. We've got Elise and Ziggs. Like, we could easily be doing it. And my thought process is, hey, I'm going to make sure Kha'Zix gets a little chunked, so when it comes for Baron, it's hard for him to do it. So I blow his flash and his ulti, and then basically it's really hard for them to contest the Baron because we've got really good vision control. And Ackerman tries to walk up, but Kha'Zix just isn't there. And Crumb smites the Baron because nobody can contest it. And we clean up No Name, and we clean up Ackerman, and then Shifter lands a beautiful QR right there, and boom. From there, the game's pretty set.
Yeah, that's the aftermath of all the money you spent on wards finally paying off.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, I'll feed them to carry. I don't have to do anything. It's pretty much I just play 10 minutes of warding and trying to gank, and then from then on, I just let them do whatever they want to do.
So actually, yeah, I mean, it works really well. I have a follow-up, actually, based on your supportive build. So KiwiKid's playing a lot of Zyra recently, and every single time he seems to play Mage Zyra. He's like haunted guys and Merlin every time. Does this work better because you're such a supportive play style and are there for the front line, or is it just like, it's KiwiKid, will do whatever?
I think it's irrelevant. I think support Zyra, if you go full AP, is probably just way better because it does so much damage. Like, her base numbers are so huge with the plants, especially if you get like Morello's that on-hit ability, the Leandries. Those spells are so useful during a team fight that if support Zyra gets ahead, it's so hard to come back against her if she goes damage. She goes support, she's still just a squishy plant. Like if she's actual damage, she can deal more damage than your actual AP carry. So I feel like it's not so much relevant to the ward coverage that I bring. It's more just how the champion works.
Yeah.
Now that you guys have tied it up for first place, is there anybody who you're looking over your shoulder who do you think is the #1 contender to take you guys down?
Looking at Worlds.
Looking at Worlds.
Ooh, not looking over your shoulder, looking forward in time, looking at the future.
Looking for the Koreans. TSM tomorrow. How's that game going to go?
I think we're going to beat TSM. I think they looked really... CLGC destroyed them.
So to be fair, last time you were on this desk, you said, you don't understand any teams, but Curse will going to be easy.
Yeah, I'm not taking it back.
Don't underestimate anybody except maybe Curse.
Okay.
That's what he
I
said.
think it's going to be a good match. The teams are kind of weird right now because like the first couple weeks, and there's like LMQ, TSM, CLG, C9, and like us, and even Curse. Like everybody kind of has their good days and their bad days, and I could easily see TSM being really good and a hard team to beat, but it honestly depends who comes to play. And TSM didn't look so great today. Maybe tomorrow Reggie gives them a pep talk. They're ready. They really want to win, and it'll be a great match. But we'll see. I think it'll be a good match either way. But yeah, I don't think we're guaranteed to win or anything. It'll be a good game.
Okay. All right. It'll be a good game versus it's going to be no sweat. We'll see which one ends up being.
Getting that they're confident.
I'm getting a bit of
Just a little bit.
A little bit. Well, you guys are in first place, guys. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow against TSM. Got to go ward our jungles real quick. Crumbs might help, but when we come back, it's time for our final LCS match of the day. Cloud9 versus Curse. 2014 Summer Split continues right after this.
They should talk to me. They should talk dirty to you. Nah, they should...
Yeah, they're hitting level 6 breakpoints a little
There
bit
it is.
earlier as well. Can he land? Oh, over the shoulder! Side, because that's where Dignitas getting caught, but Kiwi Kid gets hit out. He might just
Solar
die.
player, right. Beautiful consecutive stack. The Wild Growth goes down. He's putting himself in the fight. He knows he's going down, so he's going to do it
the TP.
valiantly. Here comes Zion Spartan in range for the Blade Surge. He is. There's the flash, the follow flash, and the follow kill.
Vasily can't be there while Zion's teleport is up. They catch him.
Bing, bang, boom. Down goes Xiaowei Xiao. Down goes Moore as he tries to get into the fight with the Sheen proc on the turret. Oh, the Solar player hit 3. That's going to be a big Ziggs bomb. And the Stranglethorn coming up. Very nicely done. Welcome back to the LCS and all things awesomely adorable. Our final LCS game of the day, Cloud9 versus Team Curse. With this match, Curse will have faced the top 5 teams in their first 5 games.
Yeah, no doubt Curse has had an incredibly tough schedule to start off the split. They have been 1-3 so far, but taking their only win off the new first-place team, Dignitas. They've been playing actually much better than the standings would indicate, because these were not one-sided losses. Curse played competitively and showed a strong defense in all their games. They took LMQ actually to their longest game, which was 47 minutes, and Voyboy in particular has been a bright spot for his team.
Yeah.
He kept up in farm with the league leader, Xiao Xiao, the only player other than Shifter actually now to have done it.
Yep, and meanwhile, Cloud9 is still an unknown quantity. In their week 1, they beat their 2 greatest threats, TSM and Counterlogic Gaming, but then they lost to Dignitas and Complexity.
Yeah, and there's a reason you make a big deal when Cloud9 loses. It's because they're the 2-time defending champs, and they've dominated the league since they joined it. And now after the first week of the summer split, they have half the losses they had in the first week of the summer that they had in the entire spring. They only lost 4 times in the entire spring, and they're tied for 4th place right now, which is not the way Cloud9 wants to be. They're working to overcome High's time away right now, so we'll see if another week of practice has them back in form as they face Curse and then the #1 LMQ tomorrow.
Right, and Curse is a solid team with sound tactical plans. But as they say, to win games, the devil is in the details.
I think Curse is extremely good this season. They've beat us in a ton of scrims. Curse is always one of those teams that I think they know exactly what they're supposed to be doing, but random things just seem to go wrong in their games.
I definitely think C9 is still the strongest team in NA, so they should be our toughest opponents. There's a lot of times where we're making a lot of mistakes that we don't normally make. We need to mimic our level 1s from practice. We can't get lazy with trinket timers or anything like that, and we need to be on time to objectives.
I think Voyboy's gotten really strong this season. He plays a really good Yasuo, and I think he played KO as well, and I think he's really good on the champions.
He's been practicing a ton in solo queue, just putting all of his time into really improving as a player.
I honestly think we can beat any team right now. We are feeling pretty good. I mean, losses have obviously hit our mental fortitude a little bit, but the most important thing is just for us to remember that it's a long season. Like, we have a lot of time to improve, and we're already feeling good.
You know, a lot of strength comes from Curse's momentum and mentality coming into these games. Yeah. Hopefully they can get the results sooner in the split than having to fight for themselves to get to a top 3.
And they want to join the conversation of being a top team in North America, because as of now, they're not really getting the respect of that.
Not at all. Let's see what our last game of the day provides. We'll check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It's Cloud9. In the top lane is Balls, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky Daddy carry, and Lemon Nation, as usual, backing them up on support.
And the red side, of course, is Curse with the incredibly tough schedule. Quas in the top line, Owl Dominant in the jungle, from Voyboy in mid, Copnady carry, and the new guy, X Special on support.
And it's been interesting to me to see that how much Cloud9, you could say, has fallen from grace with just a few weeks out. You kind of think of other sports, and the same thing happens. It falls right into line. And being able to communicate just after a few weeks is really interesting to me, because they were a top team. It's kind of like their wins fell into place, and you almost didn't know if they did anything wrong in a game.
It
but
feels
now
like
they're kind of hurting.
Yeah, it feels like Cloud9's struggles are kind of extenuating circumstances. The fact that they did the role swap with Link, making Link the shot caller for All-Star, changing their entire structure in the sense with the new guy in there. And then High not only having to come back and work on his play individually, but also having to come back and reestablish himself as that primary voice, even though Cloud9 had kind of become acclimated to Link's champion pool and the way he likes calling games. We know Cloud9 can be good, and we know they've been good in the past. And I think it's really just a matter of time until they reclaim their spot. As far as the Cloud9 goes, that's how they have to be approaching this.
See if they can get everything back together. Their lanes themselves seem to be faltering as well. It's almost like the whole energy level due to one person has been brought down. And you can see just how much of a team they are as a result of that, how much they rely on each other, how much everything they do is backed up by a teammate.
Yep, the way they come back from that struggling Super Week will have a big story about how they respond to adversity. They've done it so well so far. Remember how they lost 0-2 to Fnatic at Worlds, or how they've struggled a little bit during the spring split. They just come back stronger, seemingly every time. And it's just another tough matchup in the line of tough matchups for Curse here.
And we said Cloud9 never losing 2 games in a row as they did, and this would be a time for Curse to get those wins in against Cloud9. Like we said, teams only play each other 4 times, and if you can hit a team when they're bandaged and down, that's the time you got to do it, especially when you want the wins. If you're a team like LMQ, then the wins just kind of come.
Yeah. Well, this is a matchup where we mentioned the team's records really don't tell the whole story and the strength of the teams. Curse's opponents.
Think about that.
We're kind of like the anti-LMQ last week. LMQ's opponents went 4-12. Well, Curse's opponents in Super Week had a combined record of 12-4. Doesn't get much easier this week when they play Cloud9, who even though they did go 2-2 in Super Week, are probably going to be much better this week.
Seeing Cloud9 not at the top of the list, a lot of teams hope here for how much they have run through the splits. We got bans out. It's going to be a Lulu pickup for the first time. Really looking for what Curse's lineup can bring to the table. Still a bit shaky with Xpecial at support. Trying to find where they can hit home.
It's actually really funny how we had the Cop and Xpecial. How are they going to synergize in the bottom lane? How good are they going to be together? And then the only game Curse wins, Cop is solo laning and Xpecial is supporting Quas.
Yeah, supporting that top lane.
Makes you kind of wonder if Cop has played with so many different supports. When does he just cease to need a support even? What if he just put him in a solo lane every game?
I am my own support. Quas with his love for Swain will pay tribute with a hover over. I don't think he's going to be locking that one in. Communication going through the team.
Jax.
The Jax we're going to lock in.
Wow. Those are two really high priority Cloud9 picks. I really like the scouting Curse has done here. In Champion Select, Cloud9 is a team that generally just works off of, you know, best top laner, Jax. Best support, Morgana. Best jungler, Elise. Best mid laner, Lulu. They picked the Lulu out of this one. But then I feel like Curse took two of their other primary picks. That really puts Cloud9 in a tough spot. I think they take Elise here to prevent another one of their top picks being taken against them. And then I'm not sure what else.
Cloud9 usually a team.
They're usually really
fly
fast
through
here,
picks.
too.
Yeah. Meteos doesn't know if he wants a jungler or not. Dominate could play well in Kha'Zix as well, but it's the Meteos. The Elise actually goes right through for that. And Sneaky again picks up Corki.
Well, there were the 280 carry bans.
Yeah.
Lucian and Twitch were both banned away, so the Corki is a fairly logical choice for Sneaky. Urgot chance coming out. Highly unlikely, I would have to say. Yellow Pete did play an Urgot game in the spring split. Especially with the many patches ago, Urgot's lock-on range for his Q was reduced. So I feel like he's actually fairly unpickable against champions with dashes, because as soon as you get the lock-on, Corki would Valkyrie away, and there would be no more. So, very unlikely.
Wow. The Thresh is banned out and the Jinx is locked in. Thresh is like the safety net for a Jinx pick. This is interesting for Cop here.
Yeah, I think Curse is probably banking on the fact that the Jax is enough of a frontline distraction that they don't necessarily need as much protection for the Jinx in the back line.
Shield.
And as soon as they pick the Jinx, Cloud9 picks some heavy divers. That is awesome what they just did.
Whoa.
Big mind game.
Bringing it back.
So that means support Lulu, mid lane Kha'Zix, and top lane Shyvana. So they're flipping the tables right there on Curse.
Guy's got a smile on his face. Cloud9 definitely had something worked up for today. And they thought if Curse was going to be a bit of a hard go on the Rift, they're going to give him something to think about in Champion Select. Now, Xpecial to pick out here. We're looking for what Voyboy can round out the mid lane with.
Yeah, now that he knows what he's up against. What does he want to pick against Kha'Zix?
When's the last time he played against Kha'Zix? This is what players can be thrown off with. Right.
He's been pretty much only a jungler pick ever since the changes to his ultimate evolution. Giving him higher gank strength. Does he go for the lane domination and range advantage with
Voyboy,
Syndra?
really fast fingers on that Syndra.
Just the generalist. Orianna needs to provide a little bit of defense for Jinx. I think that's the smarter choice.
Sticks with the orbs.
Yeah.
At least one this time.
Needs a little bit of support for Cop. I think that's smart considering Cloud9 really upped their dive potential with those last few picks. Really interesting pick and ban phase here. Cloud9 took longer than usual and then actually threw a curveball. They very rarely throw curveballs in Champion Select. They're usually very brute force about the way they select their champions.
Have to see if High's playstyle changes coming into this game. Usually very relaxed in the mid lane, not too worried about his farm, not too worried about much. He just is for the rest of the team. But now on Kha'Zix, you can't just be is. You're going to be forced into your turret. Things could hurt.
He pretty much wants to be Big roamer. He wants to not lose to Voyboy early on more than anything else. And I want to see how aggressive he gets early because the old high Kazakhs would ignite pretty much right away, try and all in you at level 2. I wonder if Voyboy remembers those times and if he's prepared to stop it.
All right, before the game gets underway, let's check your predictions for the last game here on Saturday. According to LOLesports.com, that's 84% of you that are thinking Cloud9 is going to win this one.
Well, not much curse faith coming in. If you begin to doubt your pick, update your vote by tweeting at LOLesports. Use either the hashtag C9win or CRSwin, depending on who you want to vote for. And we will check on that throughout the game, especially if it changes a lot.
That is true.
That makes it more interesting.
And more than not, they get very, very close, especially in games where you see Complexity being Cloud9, and then everybody's like, oh, I should probably vote for Complexity. They're winning. It'll change, and you guys are going to be the ones to change it. So make sure you get your social medias out. We're about to get into the game. Cloud9 versus Curse, which, as we're saying, Curse could tie up against Cloud9 with this one. Every game today allows a team to tie the team that they're playing against. And
it's a really interesting stat right there. Could Curse tie themselves for 4th or 5th place?
Yeah.
You know, get 2 great teams here with Cloud9 and Curse at 2 and 3 if they end up winning this. Because honestly, if Curse beats Cloud9 here, they kind of enter the conversation for elite team in North America.
Right. Absolutely, they do. Let's see how much pressure they can put on in the early game. We know of Curse to do a few tricky things in the early game. Last split, they were the one to set up a line of scrimmage. It seems like everybody's taking after No Name now. You got to throw a Q at your mid laner as you walk out of base.
Let them know where you are. Most important thing.
The slow moving. This looks familiar. Cop in the mid lane.
Yeah. Curse had this most games.
Yeah. Waltzing around. Cop getting the stutter step on.
Actually, really interesting mid lane item choices.
Ooh.
Yeah. Highs with the longsword. And Voyboy going cloth armor, so he's really preparing himself against a little bit of early game aggression from High. It's also good gank defense, because if anyone comes ganking with Lee Sin, it's all magic damage. There used to be a person in that brush. Not anymore. Nice ward kill as well.
There it is. Curse through in their early game. That brush has been missed quite a few times. They find a way to get the ward in on that one. And good pressure. Looks like they're going to full control here. And they're not going to let too much happen, knowing that probably a ward is going over on their side. They keep it safe in 5. I like that one. Now they'll know the matchup.
Well, they're hoping to know the matchup. The interesting thing is if Curse doesn't come through the lane, they would dodge that ward. Very good ward control over the blue buff by Curse. Will they get a collision as well?
Oh, a little bit of vision there on the Glitter Lance. They also have the ward in, so they're safe from the trifecta of damage there from Cloud9. It looks like we will go to laning phase and not get the equal matchups, unfortunately. Always fun to see. But now it's up to Cop and Sneaky, who can really make themselves bigger as the jungler has a hand in how the lanes work.
And a complete share by I Will Dominate and Quas there. Whereas Cloud9 is deciding to do more soloistic jungle styles. They should probably still share a little bit of experience. But it's just a question of how much they actually want to share these things. Doing a buff trade as well, which is to be expected when you have your solo AD carry in the bottom lane.
I wonder how that pays off in the end. Because we've never really seen the junglers meet 2v2. They're always either one with a Shyvana and going 1-1, or you got your Eve and something else. Or your Elise and something else, and you're going 2.
But the big thing about this is if it was a 2v2 fight, it wouldn't be a 2v2 fight for long.
Yeah,
because
close in.
They always keep their invade buff in the lane where they have the 2 people, and the other team typically has 0. So it would very quickly turn into a 4v2, which is why they end up getting these uncontested trades.
And easily down and out. Dominate and Quas make it back to the safe side of the jungle. See 16-8 in the mid lane. Voyboy working that clockwork wind-up auto attack passive as well to keep High on the back heel.
I wonder if Cloud9's going to continue to do this double jungle strategy, or if they actually try and morph this into an old 4v0 push. It doesn't look like it. They're going for an extremely early dragon.
Wow.
They're going to have to tank that dragon damage fairly adequately, and Curse with that ward might actually collapse here. Cloud9 in a lot of danger.
Oh me, oh my, oh Lemon Nation, the empowered strike, the auto attack Wait a minute, though. They could get themselves into a sticky situation. This is a lot of Cloud9 going hard. The flash in. Does he have it? Gets the red buff proc onto Voyboy. That's no more mana. That's no flash. That's a dead Voyboy. Dominate with a few more. He hits it. The burn. The kill for High. The rebuff.
What a disaster for Curse. And much like the team that has the 80 carry on support of the side of the buff invade has an advantage if there's a fight, Cloud9 has this advantage because they have more collapsibility here. So many flashes burned just to finish off Lemon Nation, forgetting that they're completely outnumbered. Quas and Voyboy have no flashes for the escape here, so once Meteos gets in range with the red buff, there is no escape. Dominate sticks around because he thinks he can fight after it. High has an Ignite as well after landing that W, and they just clean the Cursed team. The Dragon was actually a bait, which is so unexpected 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game.
Cloud9 making moves right out of the gate, and that gives them only a 700 gold lead, but the amount that they must have shaken up Curse from that one is going to pay off even more. High now with double buffs in the mid lane, got that off of Dominate. He's going to be having fun against Voyboy.
Yeah, that is exactly what Voyboy wanted to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely.
The earliest possible Tiamat or Ravenous Hydra for High is going to happen with that 1-0-2 open. And also now ward control can go into the hands of Cloud9.
See if we can get balls to the top lane now. Hopefully he can start soaking up experience. Quas at 5 CS. He's trying to do
They're doing this thing again, where Cop is a solo laner, and they're trying to support X Special with Quas. So at the moment, Cop has the big level advantage. He will be fine in that solo lane. But it is very interesting how they're decoupling their support and AD carry so much.
Meteos getting good ward clearance out. They know the pink is there, so they could go back to hit it. Already 2 sweepers here for Cloud9, and they're going to make sure they get a little bit of use out of those right away. Meteos kind of hatching that one, has no chance to clear it. But he's safe. High is right there if he needs them. They're moving as a team. They need it.
Yeah, High, more so than other mid laners in the LCS, will swap to sweeper, usually on his first back. I actually noticed Link doing it in his game as well. The time spent on Cloud9
or something
changed his view on the game a little bit. The danger of allowing the enemy into your home turf. Cloud9 getting their intel stolen by Link a little bit. Still an effective strategy for those guys, though.
That
Double
red
buffs.
and blue buff.
Yep.
Coming up big. Voyboy is feeling the pain in the mid lane, but with his kill, still doing all right. He's keeping his CS up against High, who usually is farther down in CS, just due to the way he plays. See, Special back to ward. They're keeping it clear. So pressure to the mid lane, possibly, or pressure off of the mid lane. Curse is trying to do.
Yeah, and the lane is actually in a perfect spot in mid lane for Voyboy. High is having just a little bit shoved, and Voyboy is completely safe from pretty much everything. A Lee Sin gank at that point would pretty much pull the Lee Sin into the turret, so Voyboy can completely safely farm as long as it keeps the lane there. But the minions actually stacked, and if High plays this smart, it's going to go into the danger territory. Actually, High evolved his Q, which hasn't been done for a while. If he isolates Voyboy at any point, it's going to be a lot of damage.
Gonna give him a little farther. Voyboy's got some distance to work with thanks to that last update for him. But High, like you said, aggressive, Ignite, just about back up. That could be a possibility. Level 6 is there for Voyboy. Meteos is going to be grabbing red, so his gank potential rising just a little bit, and he'll probably be right in the back pocket of High as well. In just a few moments as the bottom lane returns.
And as Cloud9 continues throughout this LCS season, Balls gets a call out.
There's little fans out there, yeah.
We need to track the improvement of High and how that relates to Cloud9 as a whole. He is such an integral part of their team. His ability to, feel good and execute his calls as much as he comes back from injury. He actually tweeted that he can sleep on his side now. He couldn't do that last week. So he's actually much more rested coming back off that collapsed lung.
Yeah, it's still
it's
there.
It's a very legitimate injury.
Absolutely. He looks good. You see him on the camera, it doesn't look like much, but there's strain in the game, and it does affect you. You're battling that as well as a team that wants to just crush you down. This will be quite helpful. He'll pick this back up. Actually, that'll just go to Meteos with safety from the rest of the lanes, and Cloud9 is starting to encroach a little bit. Curse is losing ground.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to start seeing the turret pushes now coming out from Cloud9 since they have incurred that small advantage already, and knowing that the damage reduction from turrets is now expired, being that we are 8 minutes, 40 seconds into the game.
Voyboy trying to fast push those lanes with dissonance. Usually it's just a quick EQ or QE back and forth. Wasting out that mana. He will back. Seeker's arm guard first for him, seeing all this damage come in. 80 heavy. Going on to Quas, the level 6. Counter-Strike is up. The fans may not be too happy with that trade.
Well, double Dorians early on for Balls. Shyvana is not the matchup you want to pick into Jax typically. You want Shyvana to be able to either stack armor or get a lead on Jax, otherwise it's very difficult for Shyvana to be successful. And knowing that Quas had the support so early in the game, it's a tough matchup, but Balls is holding his own thus far.
It's a good fight, round after round. It's a pretty much even trade. A little bit of healing coming in from whatever they're running, especially those Dorans. Another bottom lane, the turret almost down. Our first one to go down, just a few more shots. Curse is going to try to stave that off for a little bit, but right now, 81 to 75. Everybody's quite matched up across the board. Just that 1,000 gold lead from a few kills and the Dargon.
Yeah, even the levels. Level 7 80 carries and level 5 supports on both sides. BF swords as well, just that long sword on Sneaky giving him a slight edge. And just that, a slight edge for Cloud9 in this match. The question will be, can they transition that slight edge into a resounding victory like they usually did last split? Or will it be more like their game against Complexity, where they're just out of sorts and lackadaisical the whole game?
Seems like the point High being out has affected the most is reacting. Cloud9 seems like they can do things, but once, like you said, once they're kind of on the back foot, without High being there recently is a little chaotic. Yeah, Meteos clearing out wards.
Even getting on the back foot in the first place.
Right.
A lot of the early skirmishes the team has, there's just a shred of uncertainty or just bad decisions.
That's something Meteos used to, announce, and he would say, I will not gank unless it feels 90% like it's going to work. And the gank against Complexity was a triple kill for Robert X. Lee, and it looked like there was hesitation. So you can even see Meteos kind of faltered on his own beliefs on how to gank, but not anymore. Cloud9 seems to have rounded those off, at least in between week 1 and 2. So we'll see how they fare for the rest of this week. Coming up on 11 minutes, Cloud9 so far holding every lane pretty much to their control.
They might be looking for some sneaky moves right here too. Look at the heavy ward control they have in Curse's blue buff area, trying to snatch a view of Eve and get some nice ward control so Cloud9 can push up very aggressively and secure this turret.
Yeah, push up aggressively is the word and what they're looking for. Hydra being built up by High as this turret goes down. He's going to be pushing mid lane as well with that Hydra clear. We'll see what Cloud9 can do. Like you said, a lot of wards onto the Dragon Pit, so that burst of damage that they just got in the inventory will be that much more help.
They do not know of this ward. The ward also doesn't exactly see the dragon because it's tucked so far in the corner that its vision is actually cut off a little bit. Also, Curse just doesn't have enough control of the map to contest this, even if they know it's happening.
Quas's teleport was used to get back to the top lane. Balls actually still had his 74 to 65 there with 3 assists to the half dragon. Getting love from the crowd. Keeping his Dragon's Descent on. We'll see if he gets any love because we see Meteos on the wing, but so is Dominate.
Well, we usually see Meteos on the wing, but it's High today. He's snuck on
you're
right there. Meteos, though, in the bottom lane.
Very nicely done. Cop has no idea what happened. They cuff him and put him down.
Yeah, Meteos, the unseen threat from Lee Sin this time. Big move to kick back Cop, and that's Cop without his support. All too familiar, playing his own game oftentimes, and he gets caught out.
Here they can keep going. A good push in the bottom lane. They can stay there. Sneaky has a pink ward, but in the top lane, we're looking at Balls now. Dragon's Descent to get out. Dominant used his burst of speed already, but Balls has cleared the distance he needs to and gets to safety.
Yeah, eats the gank there from I Will Dominate, burns the ultimate. And they might lose the turret here. Depends how well High can support this. Dominate, be careful with that pink ward. That does a lot of damage.
1-for-1 hit. Oh no, he walks
by
it because he wants to kill.
They are scared of High right now.
2v1.
They know they're a little bit low.
Shots on. Oh my god, he got the jump before he gets in the brush. He was hoping for at least a landing. Quas was, but it's all done in midair. Looking good.
It's one of the best things about rushing a Ravenous Hydra on Kha'Zix is people want to stand together to avoid the isolation damage. But they don't want to stand together because they'll take AoE from the Hydra. Because Quas was isolated there, the Q basically just ate him alive, and it gives High a nice roam kill, 2-0-2.
That was a great job. A lot of time was put into that by Curse as well. So
for no reward.
Right, no reward at all, and the turret going down. So they lose pressure in the top lane. Balls gets to stay there. Quas can teleport back, but he's not even going to have to. The minion wave is coming to him as Cloud9 gets much more on the map.
Yeah, they want this blue buff as well because they still maintain that strong ward presence in the cursed blue buff.
Oh, hey. Uh-oh.
Or the smite can make
He's
it in.
good. Safeguard out. Wow. What a bro. He just Valkyries away from him.
Yeah. No safeguard for you, friend.
Blue
I have
buff.
minions to farm.
Yep. All the minions going into double lift mode. So he'll keep himself good in the bottom lane. Like you said, once this happens, the AD carries are always kind of sitting low on items until they finally decide to back because they're not seeing any pressure.
Yeah, it's very much a AD carries get the farm. They become the main damage dealers for these teams because there's essentially 3 roamers, a mid laner and an AD carry. And also a dragon.
And also a dragon. They just walk right away from the red buff after awarding it. It said mid, a little more important. Got enough wards on the top side that we may be able to close in on a fight. Ball's safe in the top lane. Ninja Tabi on the health. He's looking to actually just be brute force in this. With High in the mid lane, he's like, high build damage. I'll go tank Siobhan on this game.
Yeah, it's looking
Easy
like
peasy.
just get people a little bit low.
Yep.
A lot of damage that can come out from Sneaky. Just the AoE spam from Corki. Kind of balance out having a physical damage mid laner and a fairly physical damage top laner. Is the magic damage that Corki provides. Means the other team can't just stack armor and be safe.
Right.
5,000 gold. What was the vote at the start of this game? It was something like 86%?
84-16.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
Yeah.
Right now for Cloud9. Maybe even more so. Cloud9 with a 5,000 gold lead 50 minutes into the game. They don't give up leads like that typically. Even though Curse did have some nice comeback attempts in Super Week. They would often be fighting from behind, but then find a couple fights in the mid game that really work their side.
Always getting a few wins. 2,000, 3,000 gold down. Doesn't matter. They find what they need. Right now, it's looking tough, though. Voidboy has not been having one of his best games. He is up in farm, but he's almost forced to piece together items to keep going what he needs to do. Didn't finish the Zanyas, too much money, but going for that at the end as well.
Yeah, sitting on the Seekers because that's his main defense against the Catholic physical damage. But he still wants to hit his core items because he needs to become Orianna. So the dreadful part about laning Orianna against physical damage people is it delays your item build. You have to fit in that Seekers.
That's so scary. High just did it a few seconds ago, and Sneaky just did it. They're coming out of the woodwork of Curse's side of the jungle, and Curse can't even throw anything at him. Just means how much Cloud9 has control over this map. Red and the blue buff is dominate toys with trying to get some of his own jungle.
Oh, they're just going.
Oh my word, they jump right in onto a ball save coming in from Voidboy. They don't really have too much vision. No, they have a pink ward in the brush, actually, so they see everything that's happening. C9 does not know this. Does not look like that Jinx Rocket had enough time to get extra damage. Voidboy getting the kill there. Very nicely done.
Curse went a little bit deep at the end there. Voidboy landed a nice shockwave to keep them at bay. They couldn't quite finish off Dominate, and maybe this would be a Curse team fight. They did only get one at the cost of a turret, so overall, Cloud9 still comes out advantageously, but High walks through a ward, and he's sitting at a very low number of health.
Don't need to do this. These guys, oh my word, you could do that. I was gonna say these guys are getting greedy, but the kills are literally walking in front of them right now. Special and Voidboy very low. High does decide to stay. Looks like they're going to keep themselves going in the mid lane. Good dodge out, and Cloud9 with 4 turrets up pretty much can walk around the map however they want. Or down, I should say.
Up or down.
They are up.
They have vision control.
For the turrets that are down.
You can see High actually life-stealing a whole bunch after being low. The benefit of having that Ravenous Hydra. The wave clear, he'll be taking a lot of the free lane farm. That's what used to happen when solo lane Kha'Zix was more of a thing, is he would just go around the map clearing waves incredibly quickly and then would be that roaming assassination threat. No vision control whatsoever by Curse, meaning this dragon is uncontestable.
Completely. Hashtag Allfog coming in for Curse. And even farming his own mid lane, he has to be very careful. High does not decide to jump in on the dissonance speed. Curse is, they're actually quite split. Backing in weird spots. Cop trying to farm by himself still. A little of all sorts here as Curse tries to regain some ground.
Yeah, it's looking very grim for Curse right here. They're pretty much just hoping that Cloud9 makes a mistake at some point, but Cloud9, aside from that one little bit of an overdive, has played rather solid throughout this. And it's going to be a tricky start to the season for Curse here. Having played the top 5 teams in the LCS in their first 5 games, their schedule will get easier from here. Their record will probably bounce back a little bit.
Right.
They're going to be, hate to say it, like that 4th place team once it all evens out, it seems like, and they played everyone once. But for now, it's got to be tough on their minds, having to deal with so many tough teams right off the bat and taking some lumps.
And it doesn't seem like the way things are playing out right now, it almost seems like you want to see, what Cop and Xpecial can put up against the 2v2, but since it's always swapped, you don't
First off, they have to lane together.
No, yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice pull into the brush here, but they probably have to fall back. Curse is too collapsing. Who got that? I think it was Sneaky.
I don't know. Whoever got it, it was indeed Sneaky.
Yeah.
Double point to him.
94% to Cloud9. Sneaky steals another blue. Meteos has stolen a couple. Sneaky's stolen a couple.
Far and away ahead on items now. Elimination thrown in the favorite. Mikhail's Crucible already. He's also got cooldowns to spit out the shields, the slow, the continuous fight. I mean, the entire Cloud9 team pretty much continues to catch up to you if you're fighting them.
Wonder if the camera shoots to balls for like half a second, you get half of a balls chant?
I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
Apparently what happens.
Just a quick. So the red buff being taken away, draining all resources that they can, while leaving up the annoyance of a little bit.
Curse has lost control.
Yeah, starved out. He's not even on the screen. 20 minutes into this one. A lot of fast games today. The teams came in with the notebooks out, knowing what they wanted to do. The man of the hour apparently going head-to-head now with Quas, level 12s, as they both take a bite out of crime on that one.
Well, the Sunfire Cape and the Ninja Tabi make him a formidable foe right there for Quas, but this is all allowing Cloud9 to set up vision control. Nice scout there by Xpecial. He's going to know if people are there based on his passive item activating to see if it hits. Sneaky little Tormented Soil Scout.
Yep. Also, all these rockets coming over from Sneaky himself, doing a good bit of damage. Doesn't have too much damage built up, just the Blade of the Ruin King, yeah. The Bloodthirster that he's stacking up for now, but it's still, the big bombs are impacting these fights.
Wow. Sneaky's sitting on 2,700 gold, actually.
That's the whole not going back thing. Just always, these 80 carries in this meta right now are crazy. Should be a turret here coming in for Cloud9. Dark Binding just missing with a nice sidestep from Sneaky. Taking a few shots. Not able to get the turret down just yet, but you can see Curse. There's no definitive way. They don't want to throw the ball onto somebody. Quas isn't going to come in and give them that delivery engage that they have because it'll be a wipeout.
Exactly, and if Dominate could somehow flank through the jungle, he doesn't know when he's going to walk through a pink ward. I mean, look at all the wards that Cloud9 has up. It's very difficult to flank around. Can nearly assassinate. If he would have popped his Ignite, Xpecial would have died.
Magical shield for attack damage. You can see the results. Not too good. 36.5 to 29.3. 5 turrets, so the inhibitor turrets
look at
still
that.
stand. But
look at the vision control that they have. They can easily just be on Baron right now. You can't see the particles if you're on Curse's side. That's only a spectator thing. So right now, Curse is worried about walking into their jungle. They scouted the brush with the pink ward in there. Maybe they could flash in at the last second. The timing actually works out. Oh man, that was close.
That was very close, and with the never mind. There's a second delivery there. At least he kept them in line for a second. They go 1 for 1, but the Baron, Cloud9 is just putting themselves on top of this game.
Yeah, ball still 0-0-3 apparently. 9,000 gold lead. And Quas trying to get that bottom turret all the while, but this is completely in Curse's side. Dominate.
That was close.
It's worth a try, quite honestly.
At this point, absolutely.
And then they'd gotten quite low because Cloud9 had such paramount vision control there. A little bit risky, but overall I think a smart call by Cloud9 to go for that. And high falling is not a bad thing.
It gets even harder and harder now that Cloud9 with Baron. If the game is so low in time that even if Curse gets the fight they want and can get kills, it's only about 28 to 30 seconds that Cloud9's off the map. Curse won't be able to gain much at all.
Yeah, and it's 5 turrets to 2.
Right.
If Curse even wins the fight because it's most likely going to be on their own doorstep, it's going to be so long until they can turn the minion wave around that Cloud9's most likely going to be respawned at that point. Cloud9 can actually play extremely aggressive and even a little bit reckless right now because they built up such a lead.
I'd say Voidboy getting this Sanya's fixed up is going to be very helpful, but Xpecial really, other people, Dominate, have been the focus of High coming in and almost zeroing them out. So Voidboy is really just there to give himself a little safety with that Sanya's hopefully a play to be made coming up here for Curse. Like you said, it could be in front of the base with that Morgana Soul Shackle in the tight spot. It's really all they have left to get a fight going.
Curse has, like you said, very few options. Even if Quas could get a nice stun on people, it's just not there.
Right.
They have the Mikhail's heal from Lemonation, rank 2 of his ultimate, another Dragon easily being taken by Cloud9. Slow and steady actually winning the race here for Cloud9 as they're trying to regain their composure and consistency that they seem to lose a little bit during Super Week.
That'll help, give them something to do. Solo lanes are 1 level up, 14s to 13s on the tops and mid. That just gives Cloud9 the better chance in these fights, stat-wise, and just really being in position for them. 43 to 33, so we got a 10,000 gold lead. Cloud9 can make it more, and they have before. Still, with the wards on the map, we do see that Curse is getting a few more wards out, but like we said, they can't even use them yet.
Yeah, they're only getting the wards extremely close to their own base. The 3 supers of Cloud9 don't necessarily need to take those down, because the only thing those wards are defending is, hey, which inhibitor turret are they going to be attacking next? And even, you know, that brush, it doesn't really give Curse many catch options.
A lot of shields, safety, jumps, gap closers that Cloud9 can use if they do get into a sticky situation. Top turret going down in the split push, and this is really going to start to spread Curse thin. That's what they can't afford.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing it dive fairly shortly. There's armor getting stacked up on Meteos and Balls. We know that High can actually jump in and pretty much one-shot someone. Gotta be careful with my language. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's going in on Quas. There he is, he's going deep. It looks like the wild growth is on. It's gonna be a few more bites. Chop, chop. There it is, Quas goes down.
First kill of the game for Balls, 1-0-3, and here's the dive.
Going in, one more shot. Sneaky's gotta try to dodge a minion playing body block to his missiles. He's in a bad situation right now, but the Baron buff is keeping everybody nice and healthy. It's going on to the turrets as well. The inhibitor's gonna be going down as Balls flaps his wings to get that one to go down.
Yeah. Curse's base is just getting erased right now. They're losing inhibitors and turrets, everything going down. Ball's taking out that inhibitor.
Just breathes fire, and Void Boy says, get away from me. This is mine. 26 minutes, 8-3, and 8-2 in turrets. Curse's base is in shambles.
Yeah, this has been a completely dominating affair by Cloud9. They had that slight lead in the early game, based off that very early Dragon fight, and they have just never relented off of Curse. This is a game where, unlike the games in Super Week, Curse wasn't able to find any windows.
Yeah.
They haven't made this a close game. They haven't been able to contest their buffs, and they have slowly just given up all their gold and all their resources directly to Cloud9. Yeah, this fight was on the other side while Balls was killing Jax. Meteos jumps all the way in with High, and because he's the tanky one, he can tank the turret for a while. And a sneaky little jump out during the shockwave from High.
Something they've been looking
He's back.
for all
He's playing
game.
great on Kha'Zix this game.
He put his time in. There was a little bit of falter there when High came back, and even he knew it. Meteos talked about it a little bit as well in some of the interviews, but these guys look to be very much back in form, and they're all doing stuff on their own, too. Not waiting for the initiation, knowing limitations.
Death Cap was completed on Lemonation as well. So, AP Sport Lulu. Actually, channeling some of that mid Lulu power with the fantastic shield ratios, actually, is the main thing to make the Assassins even more unkillable.
Cloud9 making their way in. They got one last inhibitor turret. We have Quas in the bottom lane, but it looks like they're making a ring around the Rosie.
Yeah, they got 2 inhibitors down.
The side.
So they're coming in from the side where the inhibitors are. Going to get this 3rd inhibitor down. Curse, you either have to fight this or basically just surrender the game. At this point, Curse doesn't want to fight it because they know they're going to lose the fight at that point. It's a tough situation to be in.
Absolute go for broke situation here. Ball placement, High gets in, not too much damage. Special, the first one to get hit up. Soul Shackle trying to be used. Balls gets locked up there. The rocket only hitting him in the front line. Grandmaster is on for Quas. They hold it off, but only to lose their inhibitor. Cloud9 is looking for the win.
They're so low, and there's so many super minions here. They're low, and they don't really have time to heal.
Oh, that was a shot. He made it. It followed through the flash. The Nexus turret will fall. Another 28-minute game coming in for week 2. Saturday showing and proving to be an awesome day of League of Legends games. Cloud9 eyes on the Nexus. 28-20 on the clock as they take down Curse.
A lot of fast games, and Cloud9 returns to form with a very quick 28-minute, 28-second victory there, destroying Curse. With the Balls chant of his own.
With the Balls chant of his own. getting a lot of love that game. The fans coming out for Cloud9 here in the last game. Curse, as they have said before, when things happen like that, they fall into the can we do this? No, let's not. Can we do this? No, let's not. It's not that they get quiet, it's just they don't pull the trigger.
Yeah. It's always tough to criticize teams for losing to Cloud9 because Cloud9 has historically dominated the North American scene. But for Curse, the reason they bring on Xpecial is because last split they were lackadaisical in their calls when they fall behind. They wanted the decisive person to come in there and let them do stuff. It didn't happen this game. It looked like the old Curse. Once they fell behind, they were not making any moves. Comp was laning on his own. Xpecial, if there were calls, I don't really know where they were because they weren't making moves. They were just giving up every single red and blue buff to Cloud9, and eventually the lead was too great to overcome.
One thing I think stood out to me in the pre-game video was Curse kind of said, we'll be ahead, and then we don't know. And then that fix that don't know. Because that's the point when Curse wins, and then they go for that extra blue buff, and then it starts to turn back around on them because they wanted too much. So once they can figure that out, they're going to be up there again, and they can fight for the top 3.
Really crazy to think that Curse is a 1-4 team. Despite actually looking decently good in Super Week, they did not look very good in this game against Cloud9. How much of that was Curse falling a little bit, or Cloud9 just returning to form?
That's very true.
I'm hedging towards the side that Cloud9 was just looking really good that game. They actually went back to a couple of their big picks. Getting Kha'Zix in the mid lane for High was a great move to get him more on a comfort champion that you really need to allow him to return to comfort as he's making his way back into the LCS here. 2-1-4 was a very low kill game for them, but the control was there for Cloud9. What we're used to seeing was all in place.
Right, and to see what they kind of did to Voidboy with all the picks, like we said, at some point, Voidboy had the Seekers and portions of the Unthian's Unholy Grail. So he was definitely set back at least 5-10 minutes on the initial build that he wanted, which means Orianna can't be that late game dancer, game change fighter. And the Shockwaves, unfortunately, were like that far away each time we saw him on the replays.
Yeah, even in the last fight, he whiffed one, unfortunately, but that was because he had a really jumpy team in Cloud9. Who's he really going to catch with that? Because they were constantly getting dived. He's trying to Shockwave higher Meteos when they come in, but they're in and out in a flash. Very difficult place for Voidboy. Laning-wise, he was pretty good on Orianna, but in team fights, as it always seems with Orianna, with the increased mobility that gets seen in competitive play, it is incredibly difficult to actually land good shockwaves, even for the best players.
And we see Cop bringing back out the Jinx, something we really have not seen. He was one of the AD carries to fare better on it. I believe him and Cutie Pie actually did quite well, and then they kept trying Lucian, who's beloved right now. But without that Thresh, it is such a dangerous pick. I mean, you can still do it. There's still safety from Black Shield, but we see Cop is actually trying to vary up his AD carries when all the other AD carries are trying to go for that top 3 out of bans.
Yeah, and I really do think the worst is over for Curse. Their schedule does get better. They should be able to pick up some wins and bounce back that schedule a little bit.
All right, chat. Well, let's toss it over to the analyst desk where Kobe is joined by 2 members of the victorious Cloud9.
Thank you, Riv. And those 2 members are Lemon Nation and High, fresh off of their win here. Now, High, everybody's wondering about your health. How's it going? Are you feeling okay once again? You look to be playing well once again.
Right, so I feel much better than I did like 2-3 weeks ago. I still can't run or like lift anything. I tried that last night. It didn't work out. Couldn't do a push-up, so I was like, all right. But as far as talking and stuff goes, I'm basically back to normal for talking, so.
As far as your solo play, just by yourself in laning phase, are you feeling more confident as well?
Yeah, so I'm not getting dumpstered in lane every time anymore. Like the first week, right before it when we were practicing, I literally lost lane every single game, going like 0-5. Granted, I still feed sometimes, but I'm playing much better, and I'm not being a burden to my team anymore, so.
Yeah, it looked like the Kha'Zix picks actually was a boon for you guys. A little bit of mind games there in Champion Select. Lemon, let's get some perspective on how this has affected the rest of the team.
What?
High's illness and his lack of ability to perform right when you guys came back, and now his resurgence.
I mean, it's true he was feeding a lot in this when he first came back, but I mean, we're used to that. So.
Has him coming back stronger and you guys actually starting off with a couple losses, has that changed your guys' mentality as a team coming back into the new split here?
Well, it's much better to get the losses out early, so that way you're not like overconfident going into the games or anything. So I'm rather we lost now than lose like 10 games at the end of the season and get like sent to relegation or just not make playoffs or something. So I'm happy that we lost now, and it made us realize we have a lot to work on. We're still not where we want to be, obviously, but at the very least, we feel that we're getting better and we're playing better. So we're happy with that. Even if we lose tomorrow, we've been happy with our play this week, and there's nowhere to go but up, right?
All right, well, let's start with a replay of something that did go well, pretty much what you guys were able to snowball this entire game off of, this dragon fight. Let's get this replay up on your screen. So this is the really, really early dragon that you guys go for. Now, whose call was this? And walk me through sort of the thought process of the entire team as you're going for this dragon.
Well, I believe Lemon and Mitos were calling the dragon, as they're always the ones that do it early game. They'll be like, hey, you want to do level 2 dragon? They're like, sure, why not? But I saw Voidboy start running from mid down to dragon, so I knew they knew we were doing it. At that point in time, I start rotating over, and they try to 3v5 us, and that does not work. They have 3 people here, we have 5, and we just get to clean up.
They both use their flashes to get in, finish me off. And we're just much stronger at this point. We have stronger like mid-game or early game champions. We can just chase them really far and just get these kills.
This was basically GG right here. The fact that they got triple killed, lost their double buffs, and didn't get anything in return except for 1 kill. At that point in time, they overcommitted to killing Lemon, and they suffered the price for it.
Yeah, able to snowball the entire game just off that one play. Now, when you are a team who gets a play like this that early, and it's kind of handed to you, how do you make sure that you're going to finish off the game? Because we see so many LCS teams. Everyone complains, oh, they can't finish it off. They can't finish out games. They're having trouble. What makes you guys so sure that after a play like that, you're going to be able to finish the game?
When you get that ahead early game, there's honestly nothing they can do to come back, especially with the champions they have. They don't have something like a Lee Sin where they can just kick the carry into the team. They're very limited in what they can do. All they have going for them is like a 5-man shockwave, and we know that. So as long as we don't make a mistake, they will lose a game. So we play smart, calculated, avoid 5v5s, look for small skirmishes, and there's nothing they can do as long as we don't mess up.
Now, Lemon, I want to ask you something. Since that replay started a little bit late there, how are you guys tanking the early damage of the dragon? Because you're level 2 and level 3. Did you have to micro in and out, or were you actually face taking it?
No, I wasn't doing it perfectly, but if you do micro perfectly, you can avoid all damage on dragon early game.
Just to get him to change targets before the auto attacks come out. Okay, yeah. Now, another question for you about this Corki pick. What are the strengths that Corki's going to bring to a team like this? I know you don't like talking about picks. Don't give me the answer that you guys are sponsored by the Air Force now, and that's why you picked Corki either.
I mean, we built the comp around Corki.
Okay.
Since we're sponsored by the Air Force.
It's patriotic to pick him, right?
It is now, I guess.
It is now.
Speaking of that, we got LMQ coming up for you guys tomorrow. Now, coming into this week, they were 4-0. They're still tied for top spot now. Do you guys have something special planned for LMQ?
I mean, if we did, we wouldn't talk about it. So we'll
if there's some secret thing we got coming for them, we wouldn't say anything, you know?
Okay.
That's how secrets get revealed. Someone asking you say it, then it's not a secret anymore.
Do you guys feel, since you started out not so strong this split, that there's more pressure to come up with strategies beforehand? Do you feel like you're taking these games more seriously, trying harder to come into the games with pre-made plans?
I wouldn't say more pressure. I think when you're at the top, like you have the first place, there's a lot of pressure to stay there. And I feel like coming like this, there's just less pressure.
Always nice to have less pressure then.
There's added pressure from Fantasy LCS, though. You get all these random tweets saying, hey, man, why'd you feed last game? You're benched off my team. I'm just like, sorry, dude, I didn't mean to lose you that bet, but what can I do? I didn't like losing either, but this is just like salt in the wound, you know?
On that note, if you would have ignited Morgana on that all-in,
yeah, I didn't think she would take that much damage.
More kill.
I didn't think she'd take that much damage. I was like, oh, shit, I should have ignited her, shouldn't I?
All right, well, thank both of you guys for joining me at the desk today. Now we are going to hand it over to Riv and Jet at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I'm checking out how the standings look after another big day. We see the table is littered with ties.
Yeah, sharing first, it's actually Dignitas and LMQ with 4 wins and 1 loss each. And in third, it's Cloud9, COG, and TSM.
Wow, sharing last are Curse, Complexity, and Evil Geniuses with 1 win each. But tomorrow is, after all, another day, and we're starting it off with a big matchup between LMQ and versus Cloud9.
Yeah, and then Curse battles it out with Evil Geniuses to try and break that tie, followed by Complexity taking on Counter Logic Gaming. Then we'll conclude our Week 2 with a great match between Dignitas and TSM.
Now, unfortunately, tonight's Challenger Series match between XDG and Frank Fane Gaming will not be taking place.
Yes, which means that Frank Fane Gaming will automatically advance to the semifinals due to an XDG forfeit, unfortunately.
Right, the North American Challenger Series will return tomorrow after our regular LCS schedule with a best-of-3 quarterfinal matchup between Team LOL Pro and Area of Effect. Now, for myself, Chat, Kobe Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow for another day of League action.
Green. No! No!
Wait a minute, though. They could get themselves into a sticky situation. This is a lot of Cloud9 going hard. The flash in. Does he have it? Gets the red buff proc onto Voyboy. That's no more mana. That's no flash. That's a dead Voyboy. Dominate with a few more. He hits it. The burn. The kill for High.
But it's High today. He's snuck
Okay,
on
you're
Cat
right.
6 right there. Meteos, though, in the bottom lane.
Very nicely done. Cop has no idea what happened.
With the pink board in there. Maybe they could flash in the last second. The timing actually works out. Oh, man, that was close.
That was very close. And with the... Oh, never mind.
Bye.